Alright, we got lots of work to get done. So little time to get it. Whoops. I gotta be careful. I forgot about you guys being up there. I moved my microphones to my hat. Or at least some of them. Yeah, that was not very smart. Alright, where's my mouse at? That's over there. I don't need that one. I need this one over here. So I'm not sure about this. Let's switch this mode. How do I switch that mode? Control focus mode, video focus mode. Ooh, that's much better. I like that. How do I make this smaller? Scroll that off the screen and pull this out. Yeah. And make the comments bigger. I don't know how to do that. Sorry guys, I'm on something on TikTok. I don't know what the heck it is, to be quite honest. I'm trying to figure it out. Facebook and YouTube, I'll be normal. YouTube, whoa, you know, I haven't even checked my internet. I probably should. It'll be alright though. YouTube land, Facebook land. Click the live. Where's the live? There we go. Click my own live right there. Click it. Or at least some of them. Gotta pause that somehow. Unmute that audio. How's that supposed to work? And do you guys see this junk? No, you guys click the live right here. That's better. Nope, I don't like that at all. Let's go over here. Sorry, we're distracted. Forgive me. Yeah, that's the screen I like. So pause that. Quality might be a little low. You guys let me know. Let's go YouTube. Click right here. Uh-oh. That's the wrong account. Sign out. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be packaging up some stuff, getting it out the door. I got to get over here to this one next. Not now, I guess. View the channel. Ta-da-ta-da. Pull that wider, maybe. Uh-oh, what just happened there? Couldn't verify that I'm adult? What do you mean you got it? I don't care if you can verify. Sorry, hey, what's up guys on YouTube land? I see the comments over here. Let's get it popped up where I can actually see what's going on. Zoom back up there, that'll be fine. Alright, so I don't know if this will really work. I don't like this screen layout that I've got right now. I normally have YouTube over there. You normally have Facebook in a different spot. But whatever. We got to get to work. Let's zoom in and let's get this thing focused. Zoom. Right here. The focus looks like it's off. So let's tap the screen and get it focused. So let's push our... Somebody, a super kind individual, showed me how to get these things to work. Oh, I gotta do this. That's the other thing I gotta do. My bench is a mess. I'm not bragging about it. At this point, I'm just ignoring it exists right now until I can get through this set of orders. Smart composition. Can you do this? Can you do it with that hand? Yeah, there we go. Minimize. Okay, so the way we're doing this is the newest version of this these meters right here. So I just grabbed one, and I just grabbed this one. This one's correct. So these plugs I've been ordering are not exactly the original plugs. They're slightly off on size, but I kind of like them because they are, there we go. And I change this right here, supply, move it to direct, change my configuration, click save, save config, good to go. Now Shows me this right here. Of course, get my hands off that stuff in the back. You can make it show some watts if you touch some stuff back there. It registers some super minute signals back here. Next, in order to make these work, what I have to do is keep these things from getting shorted out. The way they short out is by being a brainiac, not paying attention to what you're doing, and letting the boogers get hooked up backwards. So I have a handy dandy little pick right here that I use. It pulls these pins out. What's up, 1104, waving a hand? So let's go over here, see what you got to say. Does the digital conversion show peak power? Yes. Yes, sir, they show peak. So let's show you this one right here. We go to menu. We go to, excuse me, not menu. Just push up. Average, peak, right there. PEP and average. So then we can go into measure right here. We can click range. We have 2 times scale and 4 times scale. So I can go to 4 times, and now it will read 4 times 100 watts in peak or average. So that's 400 watts maximum. I go back down to measure, and I change the range, and I move it down to 2 times. And then it will read down up to 200. It'll go all the way down to the 10 watt. For the 100 watts, it'll go all the way down to like 1 watt. It's that good on resolution. I've done some tests on it already. I want to do dozens more tests just because it'll be fun and I'll like it. But yes, it absolutely does read peak also. What's up, Ravis? Waving a hand. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so what does... I need to see comments here. I don't like this. This is like some sort of live manager on TikTok, and I just can't really see what you guys are saying. So I do apologize for not really responding, but I don't like this. This is not what I'm looking for. Let's just go to the live dashboard. What does that look like? Do I see comments on that? It's product live. It shows my video. That's pretty cool. I don't care about the metrics. Live data. Got it. We're not worried about all that. I'm not trying to sell nothing. I don't care about none of that either. Alright, we're closing that out. Yeah, I don't like this. Let's just go to normal TikTok land. So this one's going back to YouTube. We're trying to figure this. Yeah, it is. Sometimes when you get, what are these gadgets for? They're for reading RF power. Sorry, I'm not responding very well. I apologize. I am currently in a process of trying to figure out where I should be for this stuff. It's just. Let's go over here. But yeah, they're for reading power, so I need to go to my own profile right here. How do I get off of that? Let me just backspace that and do it that way. That'll work, whatever. So now, load, buddy, load. Alright, so give me just a moment. I'm trying to profile right there. And now click the live right there. There we go. It's working. I swear on TikTok it drives me nuts sometimes. I don't know what it is, but sometimes it's just got me following random people. So needless to say, I have got to right click, open in a new window, and figure out who the heck I'm following again. Whoever it is, it's your lucky day, because I follow 0 people on TikTok. Not to be disrespectful to nobody, I just don't. Who am I following? Are they? What in the world? How? This has got to be misclicks or some crap. Or back on the live, we're good to go. Hey, thanks for the likes, guys. Appreciate the tap on the screen. Apologize for, again, my distracted nature today. But we're trying to figure it out. Got yours powered up. Haven't tested yet. Good to go in Willoughby, Ohio. Thank you. Now I can see your comments, though. See, Jerome, what was happening before is I was not able to see anybody's comments. I can see everybody on YouTube land now. I can see everybody on Facebook. I can see everybody on TikTok. So much, much better now. I do have a disconnect over there with Twitch. But yeah, these are a type of RF reading meter. So what they do is they read RF power. If you have a cell phone, it has RF power that travels through it. If you have an AM/FM radio, it has RF power that travels into it. It's a receiver only. If you have some sort of a transmitting radio, whether you're in fire and EMS, you're a police officer, or you're a truck driver, in those situations you have a transmitter also. If you're into amateur radio, then again you'll have a transmitter. If you have a Wi-Fi router at your house, you have a RF transmitter at your house. These meters right here could be used to measure that RF power and to tell me how many watts it is and things like that. These, of course, are in an exterior housing. They're not currently set up in any sort of build. You see a couple of them around the edge. I'm not sure how good TikTok can see real quick. What's your guys' camera angle look like? Let me just look. I don't want to... you guys can see both of them. You can see this one and see that one. That's fine. Alright, so let's go back over here. No, I can see both. Power this booger up right here, USB-C. I'm going to change this supply to direct. I'm going to change that save config. Now, I have yet to have anybody ask me, but I am willing to, if you decide to get one of these, set these things up for whatever element you use. So I can go into elements and I can set 8 different elements for you if you want me to. I don't really care. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It's a little bit of time for me, but it's not too bad. So we're just getting all these things powered up. That's the most important aspect about this, to make sure we got lights on all of them to do a preliminary test. We're doing a custom housing here, custom housing there, custom housing there, custom housing over there, and I think I got another custom housing to do. So yeah, we've got a few things to get done. Want to try to get a few things out the door, so I'm trying to get these things all prepped up. I've got more of these that'll be in here later this week, and then a bunch more is coming in very soon. I just had to deal with a little bit of customs trouble. Well, that's been fun. What's the price on one of these? $320. So the movement itself is $320. If you were to get a custom housing like this one right here, maybe a little prettier than that one, it's $525. That one right there has got a special done to it, so it might not look as pretty, but it does have something really cool done to it. You can do add-ons, like doing an add-on battery kit on the back instead of having just a USB-C power connection. You can do an add-on battery kit. I got a little ahead of myself with the other two. I just need to go ahead and throw this nut on there just to make sure that whenever it gets shipped to the customer, it does not go missing. It's very important. So let me plug this in, or screw this in all the way. Trying to get this lined up. Not that it really matters if it's all the way tight, but it'll clear the threads for them anyway, so who cares. Alright, plug this in. I have yet to buy something else. There's something else I want to buy to do some cool stuff with these things, but I haven't gotten that far yet. Alright, so we'll go down to supply. We'll change that to direct. We're going to go to save. Yes. Config saved. Now we are back to going good on that one too. So if you was to set an element, you can go to element right here. We can go to whichever size element we want to go to right here. Say this one. We want to change the rating of it. Instead of say it's 1,000 watt slug, we leave it on the 1 scale. We go up to 1,000 watts right there, and we change our UA type to a 30 UA. It's already on 30 UA, so you don't have to change that on every one of them. Say if it's a 5,000 watt slug, we go up to 5 on the scale, and we go from 50 milliwatts right down here all the way up to 50 watts, 500 watts, 5,000 watts, 50,000 watts, and 500,000 watts. So we set it to 5,000 watts, and then we select use, and then it's already set on 30 UA. So now we have a 5,000 watt slug, 30 UA. Now, of course, whenever I touch back there, you'll start seeing some numbers. That's just because your hands have a certain amount of electrical resistance to them, about 50 million ohms or so. So that one's all done. I'm not going to save that element change. As soon as I unplug it and plug it back in or turn the power off, it lost that element change. Once you set the element change though and you want to save it, you click save right here and save config. Don't forget to do that. There are some future updates coming out that will automatically save for you, but as of now, make sure you always click save config. So that's something to be. Yes, you do still use slugs, but because of that 2x and 4x multiplier, let me just grab an element right here. Let's say I have this element right here. This is a 1,000 watt element right here. You can't quite see it in the video, maybe. I don't know if you can probably see it on TikTok just fine. So this is a 1,000 watt element, and this 1,000 watt element, I put it in the line section, and it is capable of being read all the way down to 10 watts and all the way up to 4,000 watts. So it can do 4 times its full scale, or it can do, like I said, significantly lower, down into the hundreds on the readings from what I've seen so far. Now, I'll do multiple more tests to confirm that number, but it passed with flying colors so far. And I've done several tests already. But hey, it's always good to continually test, and then I will revamp that scale. If I think it's better than that, I'll tell you it's better than that. If I think it's a little bit worse than that, I'll tell you it's a little worse than that. And I'll tell you kind of where your ranges are, where I would trust the meter down to. From what I've tested so far, though, I had a 2,500 watt slug, and it was reading all the way accurate down to I think it's 14 watts, 15 watts. So that is pretty impressive. I got a video out on that. So pretty satisfied. So I messed around and did this again. I need to grab the other two because I'm sure as the world I'm gonna send them out. And they're like, oh, I don't have no backing nut. What's going on? One of the top uses for mounted RF meters other than RF test and repair work. RF measurement mainly. So you can use it for multiple other applications, like more like verification applications and things like that. Another thing is just a reference for returned power rather than output power. Returned power would determine whether your equipment would get damaged just from operation. So as you transmit out, you have to be more particular. As you have a receiver, there's no real worries. You can stick an AM/FM antenna on your car and you can listen all you want. It's not going to blow anything up. But if you start trying to transmit off of that, resonance comes into factor. And then you have to make sure your reflect doesn't go too high. How much power is coming back to the transmitter? So in this case, it would be whatever is, of course, making the power. You would put this meter, excuse me, instead of the outward position going out to the antenna, you would set it to measure going in back to the transmitter. And then if you did that, it would measure how many watts is coming back. And then, as long as you know what that number is, you can make sure you don't damage your equipment. So it's a handy dandy way to make sure you don't hurt your stuff. It also has something called an interlock inline. And the interlock, what it does is it will actually go in line with, say, a transmitter cable where you have something that enables transmit, and you could actually disable transmit with this. So if there's anything wrong with it, then it would actually... How many times did I burn my house down? 0 so far, 0, just so you know. Luckily, we have had no troubles. If you're not familiar with what these are RF reading meters. This over here is a dummy load right here. This is actually allows us to actually simulate an antenna. This up here is just a split feed. I was doing some other testing the other day. So plug this in, all hooked up, power it back on one more time, make sure we're all good. We're good on that one. I don't really care what the voltage reading is. I just would rather see that than a battery scale. I haven't seen the voltage reading to be accurate on this really that much at all, because I'm checking I'll read between 5.1 and 5.4 volts. But again, it really doesn't matter. It's not like this thing is a digital voltmeter. It's a RF power meter. So useful for those functions, but not good as a multimeter. Need a book. I have a manual I can send you if you'd like, or I can make some more videos on how to do these things. It won't hurt my feelings at all. So, all right. So I messed around and took too long on YouTube land, so it is what it is. Sometimes YouTube's busy, sometimes YouTube's not. It is what it is. All right. So we're working on these digitals. I've got several that's got to go out. I've also got several that I've got to get finished up. Custom housings, in a custom bird, in a stock factory bird housing. I'm going to do all the ones who have ordered just like movements to start with, just to get these guys out the door. Let's take a look real quick. That would have been a mistake. So this is where you don't get ahead of yourself. Every one of these plugs, if you ever do order these plugs from anywhere but me, you have to make sure that you swap the pin out on them because they are incorrectly pinned out. So definitely, I popped 3 fuses before I realized it the other day. I don't know what the heck they decided they were doing, but they decided to hook them all up backwards. It's not a super difficult thing to swap the pins around, but it's definitely enough to knock the average Joe out if they don't watch what you're doing. So change it to direct. We'll save it, save the config, and now we've got it set. Anybody have any questions real quick? How about you, Adam? Would you like to know how to set an element? I've done 4 already. Yeah. I've done actually 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 5 already. Put them together. And then I'm going to do 5 more. And then I can be done with these. That way the power is all corrected on all of them. I don't want to have any power cords out that are pinned out incorrectly that give me this false sense of security. Everything has to be correct. I have to make sure to do it right. So I'm going to do these, then we'll start talking about how to set your positions and stuff. If you guys would like to know how to set an element, how to set a microampere scale, how to change your range, feel free to ask, and I will go ahead and go over that while I'm in here, because it's nothing but a thing for me to stop for a second and show you guys how to set an element. It's not super difficult. I did show you guys how to set some earlier. This is where working too fast. Let me just do this real quick. I did correct that already. Let's go ahead and throw these nuts on real quick. Yes, I'm watching you, all right. Copy that. Keep on watching. They don't hurt my feelings. Copy to figure that out. All right. So again, like I said, you guys got questions, y'all feel free to ask. Those absolutely do not hurt my feelings at all. The more you guys ask, the more you guys learn. Because I don't know you guys want to know it if you guys don't ask. There's no excuse for you guys sometimes. Why do you never talk about this? Well, the topic is up to you guys. If you guys don't say anything, then obviously I'm going to go ahead and start talking. But otherwise, the topic of conversation is up to y'all. You don't have to push back right after you do the config. It's just me being rushy, trying to hurry up and get off that screen. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the back end nut on all these, so I'm done with those. And then we can move on to the next step. Go over the multiplier. Sure. Give me just a second. I'll go over it on the next one I power up in just a few seconds. Let me tighten at least 3 nuts real quick. 1, 2. Where are the other ones at? Oh, I had some extras. That's all it was from previously. 2. And 3. This will be my last one. Then I'll need to change the pin out on 2 more. Maybe 3 more. I'll have to look. But the next one I do, I'll go ahead and go over and show you how the multiplier works. Wish I had something to drive and hook up. I have a way to maybe show you over here. I think it's probably my smartest decision. So rather than, I'll show you how to get to the multiplier on just the movement, and then I'll show you the multiplier in action real quick. Okay, come on. Alright, so left, left. None of them are right. We gotta fix them all 3. So fix this one, and then we'll show the multiplier next. All right. Take this one right here. All right, power this one on. Change the supply. Now, we go to measure right here. We got a unit type. We can get linear and logarithmic. We get off that. We can go to reflected type, SWR, or return loss. We can change our averaging, or we can go to range right here. It's in the measurement category. Push range, you got 2x and you got 4x. And that's how you find it. So you would just select 4x, and it would automatically change the top scale to 1 division, 2 division, 3 division, 4 division. And that is your full scale, 2 times scale, 3 times scale, and 4 times scale is the bar graph up top. So 100 watts, this bar graph would read 400 watts now. If I go back to measure, change the range, and move it back to 2x, we've got half, 1, 1.5, 2. And that's what the scale is. So halfway up the scale would be 1 times the reading, so 100 watt would be 100 watts right there. And that's how that would work. Alright, so let's go to save before I forget. Now let's do 2 more meters, and I'll go ahead and show you that in action. Give me just a second. One of these. Hold up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've only done 7. 3 more meters. Hey, what's up, Tommy? Hope you're doing well. Hot wire does go on the left. That is correct. So if you guys watch me to do this enough, you will see. Copy the TikTok has frozen. Let's take a look and see what's happened to TikTok. I know why TikTok froze. Because the phone's trying to force me to update. Sorry about that, TikTok. Let's check and play and see if it's unfroze. It is unfroze. We're good to go. You guys probably wondering what the heck was going on TikTok. No, it's the phone's trying to force an automatic update. And it loves to do that crap at the worst possible time, like right before I go live. Now, if it stops my whole video and forces an update while I'm live, I'm going to be mad. So, again, what Adam said was correct. Hot is on the left. That is the configuration. That's how it works out. So for some reason, every once in a while, if you don't watch what you're doing, you want to kind of pull on everything nice and evenly. You don't want to dig into the plastic too much because you want this thing to still hold in place. Okay, next. This makes meter number what, 8? Meter number 8. Power this bugger on. Set the supply rail voltage. Supply. Direct. Save config. Yes. Config saved. We're good to go. Next one. Now it seems to me like I'm missing a power cord. I think it's right there. See in a moment whether that power cord is correct or not. Orion, yep, they're watt meters is what they are. If you got questions, feel free to ask. This is a digital replacement watt meter for a Bird 43. So it's an RF reading meter, commonly used in broadcast. So you'll see it on like transmitter sites and stuff for AM, FM broadcast, and for really your television broadcast too, your old over-the-air television stuff. It'll use these right here too. An oddball one for you. HARP and stuff like that uses them too. They have to measure how many watts they're directing in the sky for their tests. I think that's over with now, but needless to say, it's just a fun fact. Alright, so this should be our last one. That was number 9. This should be number 10. And let's show. Can you put the same slug and add the multiplication where you want it? I'm sitting there playing with it, and you can. It's awesome. Yes, sir, you can. I will talk about the multiplication a little bit more in detail for the other guys that want to know. I know you're playing with yours right now, and you're getting a little ahead of the video, but it'll be all right. Enjoy it. Have fun. Adam's got one. He's playing with his right now. All right. Now, last one. Pop it in. Change the supply rail. Change and put this right here on there. Make sure I've got one on every one of these. I need a backing nut on all of them. I do currently have a backing nut. One of these is actually getting a battery pack, so I'm not going to put this supply on. I'm going to power it up and then unplug it. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to put a custom battery pack on those. Copy the back on TikTok. You like TikTok better, Adam? So this is a genuine 18650 Samsung cell right there. So those are a pretty cool cell. That's all the batteries that I'll be using on all mine. Good day. How much please for HF and VHF band? So I have HF and VHF slugs. So it depends on what slug you want, but you would just purchase the element and then the watt meter. So the way you would do it is you get give me a second. Let me plug this in real quick. Didn't make a mistake, did I? No, I did not. We're good to go. So let's unplug that, line that up. Let's not do that because I'm pushing this metal bar right against the hot in the ground on the backside. Let's not tempt it here and try to have a problem. Supply, direct, change, save that. Yes. I'll modify the config later on, but you can see how it works. So now let's talk about the meter itself. This is a battery powered unit right here. So we can take this unit right here and do some tests. So I have an internal and an external line section on this one. So I'm going to show you guys the external line section and how that works. Let's scoot this over. I got to move this piece of rack gear out of my way for now. I don't know where I'm going to put it, but I'm going to put it over there. Here's your regular analog bird right there. But we will stay on the digital kick and have this conversation real quick. So I've got this set up where I can use just a regular coax, and then I've got a custom extension put on a line section right here. Tie this in the back of the watt meter. This is tied and set up into the dummy load. We will grab an extra special handy dandy 50 watt slug. This is 25 to 60 megahertz. We can go any number of frequencies. I do have UHF and VHF elements for sure, but we will show you guys how this works here. So now we're going to go overscale, I believe. Yeah, we'll go overscale. So we'll show how this works. So we will move this element and we will select, whoops, we will go to, we'll go to 50 watt. We're going to take the microampere type. We're going to use a 30 microampere. I'm going to select use. And now we're going to go back here and take a look real quick. Now we have a 50 watt 30 microampere element, and then I can push this button right here and go to 100 kilowatt 100 microampere. So that means I have to change to a custom line section. Oh, something kind of like, oh, wish I had another one to show you, but whatever. Something kind of like this line section right here. So you guys can see that is a much larger line section right there. So now back to what we're doing. We're going to go to the 30 microampere right there. We're going to check the scale. We are currently on one or the other of the switches. So I got this set up for external use or internal use. So if I key it up, nothing. Move to the other one. Nothing right here. Why does I have nothing there? Let me check and see if I've made a mistake in something I just did. Did I do anything there? That'll be unfortunate. We should read something. So actually, let me just check real quick. Okay, we see something there. We see reference there. We need to go back this way and see. Nope. Okay, we see something here. So now I need to figure out. That may be unfortunate. I've got like 40 of these, so it doesn't really matter, but it's definitely messing with this test. Alright, so alright, that is incorrect. I can't play with this scale right now because it's not reading the way it needs to. Do I have another one? Let's see. I'm going to do something weird. So I have a 400 to 1,000 megahertz. The roll-off's not too bad, so I want to see how bad. It's more like a 6 dB roll-off. So we'll see if it reads. I want to see what it reads. I'm kind of curious. Just because. Alright, whatever. It reads something on the scale. I got something to work with. So I'm just showing you guys how the scale works. So let's assume this is a 50 watt element, right? Let's zoom in real quick for you guys to see. I've got about 6 more 50 watt elements, so it doesn't really matter. Let's zoom in right there for you guys to see. Goodness. Okay. Now, show you guys how this works. So now we are going over the scale. So normally this would be a 50 watt element right here. It should stop at 50. Well, right now it's going to 75, right? So that means it's going significantly beyond the scale. If I wanted to see where this bar graph goes when we change our range, we go to we go to measurement, change our range to 4x. Then from that point, this bar graph won't go over here because this is 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. So it should be somewhere between 1 and 2. So the key, is somewhere between 1 and 2 right there. It's not quite above the double, the 2 times right there, right? So if we were to try to check it more and see what we could do, so now we are above that scale. We're still on a 50 watt element, and now we're measuring 160 watts. Now, is this accurate? No, this is not accurate, but I've got all my elements still in my trailer, so I'm not digging them out right now. We went to a show, and I brought a bunch of elements there. But yeah, like I said, so we went 1 times, 2 times, and over 3 times of the original scale. So the maximum that a 50 watt slug can read is 200 watts. We're reading 159 watts out of it right there. Now, if we checked PEP, I can't really modulate it, but you see how it bumps up a little bit more initially for the sound of the transmit. Now it bumps up to that 180 or so. I can kind of bump something. I've got a way to bump something. It'll work. Maybe it'll make a sound. All right, so now we can exceed. No, I can't do that. What can I do? I gotta hook up real quick. Let's do this. So now we have an extra device. I can do this. I've got a specific circuit in this one, so now we just grab random song, doesn't matter. So I gotta pause that and plug this in. So we're just demonstrating a little bit of now this is going to go way beyond what is on the scale. So see how it goes overload? That means it's well beyond what the scale is capable of handling. So let's go ahead and run this down and see if we can find a way to make it fit on the scale. So see how the scale is moving around and modulating? So now you can see it move. And we can bump it up a little higher. Try not to go above the scale. So we barely hit overload every once in a while. See how it hits that overload? But that shows you that you're going over the limits of the scale. Isn't that cool? I think it's pretty neat. Needless to say. Alright. That's all the little testing we can get into for now. But at least you guys got to see it. You got to see average, you got to see peak, and how that is working. Unhook that, and let's look at our order list and figure out where all this stuff is going. What would the average be with a 2000? So if you had, let's just say this way, we have a 1000 watt slug in right here, right? So we have, so we have a 1000 watt slug in here, right? So that means we have the capability of running, let me pause this video so it's not taking up my bandwidth. 1000 watt slug, it's capable of reading 2000 watts or 4,000 watts. So it's 1,000, 2,000, or 4,000. That is an average or in peak. Let me go ahead and show you guys something else pretty neat. Let's go ahead and hook that back up. So we will assume that we are reading the correct number, right? This is absolutely not an accuracy test, but I'll just show you guys anyway. Again, because I don't even have the right element in place right now. But I want to kind of show you guys how this works. So right now, we're up higher, right? So let's go ahead and get it to read lower on the scale. So let's disengage, and let's do this. So see, now we have a significantly smaller number right here. So we can read much lower on the scale as it moves around. And that number is specifically moving around right now because currently it is still modulating. I pause it. Now it's pretty darn steady at that point. So that is moving 0.02 over there, and this is moving what is that, 0.2, really. So it is moving to the same degree as the bird 4421 over there. Is it accurate right now? No, I got the wrong element in there. So don't, but it can read much, much smaller on the scale than what most original birds would read. Because original bird, the way it's set up right here, this meter is set up for 5% plus or minus the full scale of the meter. So I can show you full scale right here. We'll say that is the 50 watts, right? So that means it has plus or minus 5%. So that means from this part of the scale to this part of the scale, everywhere on the scale, it's plus or minus 2.5 watts. So if I'm reading 2.5 watts, that means that could be 5 watts or that could be 0 watts because of the way the scale works. So it's something to know for reference, guys. If you get away from the analog movement, you can try to, hopefully, if you get enough algorithm in there, get into greater details, greater amounts of accuracy. All right, so now we got a bunch more stuff to do. Lots of stuff to talk about. Any of my hats fitted? No, all of my hats all have this little pop on the back. They are, whoops, I forgot about the camera being here, but they're all stretchy. They are the Richardson, I think 110 or so. No, they're the something else. I forgot what the heck they're called. The Yupong or whatever the heck it is. It's more soft than the Richardson 110. Where are you at, buddy? Come back. This little camera's trying to follow me, but I ain't doing such a good job right now. So, hats wise, we have gray, we have gray, we have gray, we have, what is that? Darker gray, black, blue, and blue. That's got carbon fiber on each one of those, carbon fiber on that one, carbon fiber on that one, just regular leather with silver on that one, leather with silver on that one, leather with silver on that one. That's all the hats I have left. Those hats are what I have left for all the events coming up next year. Also have several shirts that I have set up for... I gotta zoom out. Let me not do that. I have several shirts set up for next year for the events that we're going to. The first one, it may be as early as February. We'll be having a conversation about that. But that's just one of them. I got a bunch of different colors. They got to be washed again because I threw them in a box. And they got wrinkly. So it'll unwrinkle them and put them up on the hanger. That little camera trying to follow me. It's not having a good day today, is it? So these all come with these little dust cap covers. But personally, I don't like them. I'm not a fan. It's just a little bit, just more complication added to the mix. All right. But yeah, no, just the snapbacks is all I got, I think is what you call them. But they are a flex fit. I got a big head, guys. So I got to go down to 2 notches. And the other guys, they'll do like 3 or 4. So if I get one of them flex fits, I wouldn't be able to wear none of them. Here I would be talking about my hat. I wouldn't have nothing. When you buy a digital meter, does it come with a choice of a slug? I don't have any of those, sir. So, if you buy it for a certain price, let's say it that way, I sell slugs here. So if you was to buy an element, you could buy, say, a 1,000-watt element from me if you wanted to, at the same time as you bought the slug, or the meter itself, excuse me. So you could buy just the movement, and then right here, the setup right here, or you could buy a completed setup like this right here. This has got a built-in internal battery and everything. It's set up on a Bird 43 platform. It's got connectors on both sides. It's set up with recharging for that battery. It'll run for like, I don't know, probably a month and a half or so the way it is right now. So very, very long time for it to actually die. And then you would just put your elements in right here and tie in your coax in on each side right there. So the fancier setups that I do for a lot of other guys, it's going to be this one right here. This has no built-in internal battery right here. It's just externally powered. but it's powered on a base station application, so it's going to be used all the time where it's plugged in, and they're going to have it hardwired set on their bench. This one right here is going to be set up for reflect. This is going to be set up for output, and they're going to remote, like I just showed you that remote wire earlier for an external line section. They're going to remote their line section on this one. This is another remoted line section set up right here. This has got double digital on this one. And then I showed you guys earlier the double analog remoted one because I was showing you what the analog meters look like. They went with the traditional peak kit on theirs. So they have a aftermarket peak kit on the side, and it's just an analog meter here and an analog meter there. So whatever suits your fancy, whether you like analog, whether you like digital, I have it all. It doesn't matter. If you want to get real crazy digital, I can show you some crazy digital. I get both of the digital birds. There's other ones available, but I've got a few of them already. So give me a moment. I'm gonna look at your. Have I heard or talked to Fireball? Yes, heard of Fireball. Talked to Fireball in actually Victoria, Texas. He was there. So if you go back to my Victoria, Texas video, it may be on YouTube. I'm not sure. Facebook's been deleting my live videos after 30 days, but he is on that one, and you'll see him running around. I believe he's got another camera on him, to be honest. So now I'm going to do something real quick. That's not what I'm looking for. That's not the right screen. So I'm going to look and see how many of these meters I need to set aside real quick so I can make sure they go into the customers that have ordered them. So I already know what this one is. This double bird meter is this customer right here. This customer, oh, excuse me, I apologize. Which one is this one? This one's, I think this one's this one right here. You got single bird, single analog is what that customer is. The next customer got the double bird. This one got a piece of coax. This one got a line section. This one got a single meter movement. So this can be his. That meter movement is set aside. That'll be for that one. So now let's look at the next one. This one also got a single meter movement. So that covers him, and that will have his setting. So next is going to be, this gentleman got some jumpers. This gentleman got this one got a custom case with dual digital birds, so I need to go ahead and put those in another case. I'll do that here in a moment. This customer right here got some more 400 coax. This one got some large coax. This one right here got a movement, and he added some cable, so it'll be over here in the to be completed section. So it'll be just a little bit for me to finish him. This one got a UHF PL259, so that's going to be the split feed that I built earlier, wherever the heck it's sitting at. So this right here will go to a customer. I got to put 2 more terminals on that, and it'll go to that customer. This customer got some coax. This customer right here got one of the digital birds, so he owns one of these, so I've got to finish up another one of those. So I got 1, 2, 3 of those to do so far. This customer right here got another digital bird, so that makes a 4th one. Let me just set these aside. 2, 3. You guys thought I had a bunch for sale. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 set aside now, so that covers that. This customer just got some split feed and some other stuff. This customer got 1 digital bird over here. But he's putting in a custom housing. So that covers that. So I have 1, 2, 3 digital birds left, but I've also got another gentleman who got another digital bird that's up here. So that one's gone. Now, cool. All these got to go get put in custom housings. These 2 can get shipped out. Those 2 are available. I think. No, I've got another order back there. 2 orders back there with maybe those 2. And then I got several more coming in. They'll be in here probably tomorrow. All right, cool. Sorry, I had to sort this stuff out. So this right here is dedicated to a customer already. He's getting another custom bird housing, so I've got to get him finished up too. So let's do the easiest first. Let's go ahead and unhook this real quick. If anybody's not familiar, this is a connector-based split feed. This is a UHF split feed, so it's just got a PL259 connection right here, and this will have 2 ring terminals on both sides. Those ring terminals will be soldered in place. So since these are all going in custom housings, I'm just going to put them back over here for now, because I can't do the custom housings in front of other builds, but I can do the ship outs in front of other builds, just because all it's doing is shipping out. It's not like it's jumping in front of nobody. It's ship outs are a different story than build outs. So I'm not 100% sure what size terminal this customer is going to need, but I'm assuming he's going to need smaller terminals, so I'm going to stick with these. If he's unhappy with that, he can easily drill these out to 3/8 in size or 5/16, either one. So that'll work for him. All right, cool. Same slide. All right, cool. I see somebody over there talking junk. So we're just going to zoom down to the floor over here. I'm not going to try to show you guys much. I'm just going to show you guys me smashing these pieces right here. This is very close to the same height, so not quite. So we're going to take our scissors and chop this one just a smidge. Line this up real quick. Where are they? There they are. Hiding way over here. Okay, zoom into my eyeball, why don't you, buddy? Okay. Yeah. That'll work. Trash can. Now, it is hammer time. That's kind of a pun, but not really. I'm not trying to get no copyright junk. Alright. Watch it be copyrighted or something. Flattened out, but at the same time, it is still flexible and easy to move around. Now, let's do the next one. Show you guys how that one works. As soon as I turn my head down, this thing's about to freak out. Maybe I'll tell it to not follow me right now. Thank you, don't follow me. Again, flexible also, easy to work with. Kind of heavy, but it's all right. Now, follow me again, buddy. Bump that over. Bump this up and over. That way. That's done. That is not done. So now I'm gonna have to do something a little bit weird. Not like I'm really super concerned about it, but I did it before, so I'll do it now. This is another split feed I was working on the other day. This is a 7/8 EIA split feed right here. It goes to a 3-bolted connection. We'll be working on that one later. The camera decided to be stupid again. Did you find me? Maybe? Yeah, it found me. We're gonna grab some water. We're out right here, but I've got a little handy dandy refill. Not really what it was designed to be used for. It's my water jug, but I'm gonna use it to refill my water. Again, you guys got questions, y'all feel free to ask. It does not hurt my feelings at all. Website's dwinsrfsupply.com, so it's literally just my business name.com. Maybe I won't get in trouble for saying that. refilled our water. Now you'll see what I'm about to do. Kind of weird, nothing crazy. I'm coming back, camera. You'll find me. That little small little selfie camera is pretty cool. I can move around and it follows me around. Come in close and it zooms out. Bottle of water. If you arrive in the next 5 minutes, this one's free. All right. So let's go line this up, soak all that up real quick. So I'm having to do something a little bit strange just because I was a little overzealous the other day when I was trying to put this together. Not for any other reason other than I was doing something else already. So it just kind of forced my hand and made me do this. I was prepping some other components. It kind of just happened to be part of the deal. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to heat the source without heating up the wrong parts. I don't really care if the rag gets messed up, so don't feel like it's not really much of a worry. Alright, a little bit too big of a flame to be messing around behind here. Not quite as pretty as I want it to be. This little butthole decided to jump out on the front. Alright, she's bonded all the way through. There you go, knocked it mostly off, not completely though. So, we're going to run this up a little higher and go ahead and do the rest of this real quick. Now let's do it this way. Let's zoom in real quick. I don't know what's going on with that camera. Thank you, buddy. You found me again. Oh, I got a puzzle to do. My live's going to end in 54 seconds. No, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Yay, I passed the puzzle. Apparently TikTok, if you don't do a puzzle about an hour into your live, it will kick you out of your own live. So there's your warning to all you live TikTokers. Wrong way. There we go. Okay. Oakley dokley. And some northern lights. See you, man. Have a good night's sleep, man. Appreciate you. YouTube land, you guys got questions? Y'all feel free to ask. I'm doing a split feed right now. This will probably be the last one you see me do this way. Just simply because these are already done this way, so I'm going to do it the same way. Still got some degree of flexibility. Not quite as flexible as it was before because I'm doing it all the way at the end of that connection. But in the future, I'm just going to drill a hole. I'm going to lose a little bit of my RF path, but I'm going to go for as much durability as I can, within reason at least, by connecting my solder down here at the base. So that's what we'll be doing on the future builds. I said in the past, well, I didn't do that, but it's just, there's too much use and abuse. So it's just, I haven't had anybody break any yet, but I just feel it's just going to be a matter of time. No, I had one person break one a long time ago. Let me rephrase that. Whether it was, it might have been me not soldering the connection or something. I wish I would go back and had found exactly which video it was that I recorded and check the video and see if I soldered it. But I never looked up on it, so it is what it is. Not like it really matters. It wasn't the most expensive connector that I did, and I just did a connector for them, is all I did. So there's no way for me to have verified one way or the other. Okay, this one's all done and ready to go to its customer. So this is another order complete, believe it or not, something small like this. Thank you, camera, you finally found me. So that one's good to go. So I'm going to do another one of these with two more PL259s. But that is lined up. That's what matters right there, that connection. So it's got some degree of flex, nothing crazy, but it is good to go. So 3 orders done over there, several more to complete. Let's get some of the stuff done. Should I go ahead and do that other split feed? Nah, I ain't got time for that. Let's go ahead and work on some RG400 real quick. So one customer specifically right now is the most important customer for me to finish. Not for any other reason other than that customer has waited the longest. Now, to be fair, that customer has on 3 different occasions added to his ticket, but that is no excuse. I've got to finish this order. It's not, I'm still getting paid for it, so I got to get it done. So let me look at his ticket, and then I can go forward on the order. What's the price of a digital bird? This right here is, this right here is $320 just for the movement. If you were to get in a custom housing like this, look a little bit better than this one, it is $525. So if you want the custom, this one's actually got a built-in battery, so that's actually $575. But whatever. They both will do the same functions. One just has a housing and a line section and has built-in power by itself. This one has to be powered by external power. This one has to be recharged by the same level of power, but that's how they set up. $320 for this one and $575 for that one, specifically the way it's configured. I've been doing $525 without the battery pack because all you do is hook up to any USB-C. You can use a battery pack in your pocket. You can use a wall wart. You can use a USB-C. You can use a cigarette lighter plug charger. Whatever you got, it'll work on all of them, and it'll work for a long, long time with no problems. So Max, what is his order? What did he do? What did we do here? What in the world? What is this? Oh, I know what he did. Never mind. Cool. Standoff, clamp, labor. Cool. Done. Now, let's go back here. You got digital bird, meter, movement, and then regular analog movement, and then a bird case right here. That is this gentleman's order right here. He got 1, 2 of those. One of those right there. 2 of those right there. Then female QC, I need 1, 2 of those. Let me grab those real quick. I'm completing his order real quick. It's not going to be done right away, but I'm going to be building it. But I got to go ahead and make sure I grab all its parts. So, 1 right there, and 2 right there. He also got some high voltage wire. He got a really cool setup. I actually need to show you guys this here soon. I might actually go ahead and finish up his high voltage portion because I got to do it anyway. So he got 2 7/16 DIN QCs right there. What else did he get from there? I didn't put any notes for any males. High voltage is done. He's already got that. He's already got that. Good, good, good. He's got the case. Got the housing. Cool. So I had to build him some coax standoffs. I got to build him this right here. Let me look and see what length that was real quick. High voltage be 12. So we need 6 more foot. Let me see what length this is real quick. Measure. He got a total of 12 foot. He will not need 12 foot, so I'm going to leave the end off so he can put it on however he likes. Six. Whoops. Let's mark it at 6 right there. 7 foot there. So I need to do 5 foot on the other side. So this is a high voltage connector right here. Let's bump this camera down so I can see what's going on. And let's probably bump that camera down maybe. I don't know if I need to bump it down or not. No, y'all are already good. So, see you, Paul. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out. So this is a high voltage connector right here. We're going to go ahead and finish up his connection right here. I got some more high voltage wire over here. And then we'll get some RG400 done. And then his order is going to be nearing completion. This is his order over here. So the bad thing is, I feel bad because he's one of those customers that's an excellent customer. And if I called him right now, he would probably accept several more upgrades just to make his setup nicer. But I don't like that. I don't like doing that to somebody, for one, and then 2, I'm trying to get him out the door. I'm trying to get him done. I'll probably call him anyway before I ship him out, just simply because you don't want to send somebody something and then figure out 2-3 days later, hey, I didn't know he actually built that, and then here they are mad at me later on because I didn't give them something that they didn't know I owned. Or didn't know I sold. So you got to be careful with stuff like that. So you at the same time, you don't want to oversell people, but at the same time, you don't want to get somebody mad at you for not offering something that they would have wanted. Man, I had it there the whole time, and you couldn't have told me that you did this. And I'm like, sorry, I do a lot. Yeah, I know, right? The big pill. Do I have a 2500 watt slug? Yes, I do have 2500 watt slugs. I have 2500 in new and in used. Alright, that one's corrected and fixed. I need to go ahead and put the nut on the back side of it, wherever the heck it's hiding. Right here. every one of these that's exposed right here, that's out in the weather, or that's sitting out here on my bench, I'm making sure they're wired up properly and they have their nuts put on the back side of them, so we're not sending out something that's not finished. So, Rover is a name. That is funny. Alright. Sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained, guys. I'm trying to focus on everybody's comments, but I'm also trying to get this stuff done. So, do forgive me if I miss your comment. Feel free to ask again. Don't feel like I am not going to respond to you ever. It's just I'm not currently. I'm kind of in a rush. Not a rush like as in like I don't want to talk. It's I'm in a rush and I'm distracted and not thinking about talking. As far as responding to messages, that is. I'm being a regular old chatterbox right now, though. So, what does the remote adapter look like that interfaces with the custom housing meter setup? Is it bought separately when you order the housing and meter movement? Yes, sir, it is. So if you wanted a remoted housing rather than this is the built-in one unit right here. If you wanted a remoted housing, what you would do is you would get something kind of like this. It's going to look a little bit different. I'm trying to show you something, but all my stuff, like I said, I was at a trade show kind of. So all my stuff is currently occupied right now and put away. But it'll look kind of like this right here. It'll have sample line hook up here, sample line hook up here. So the sample line will come out of each. Each element will go into this rather than go into this right here. And this can be remoted as close or as far as you want it. And then you'll put a connector on one side like that, right there. And you can put a different type of connector on the other side or the same. Really is your choice. So this one right here is set up for 7/16 DIN. I can put UHF on that. I can put PL259 on the other side. So I can do a female and a male right here like that. Or I can do two females. However you really want. It's really up to you. Then you can remote that line section as close or as far away as you want. The other one is going to be like a cast, like a brass kind of looking setup. It will not look like this. There's one over there, but it's too hard to get on the camera. And then I'd have to pull it off my bench in order to show you. So it's a little bit too much, unfortunately. But yeah, that's kind of the concept. That you have a long remote wire. The way I set up on the remote wire is something like this. I just build some wire like that and set it up to be remoted. The factory remote wire looks something like this right here. It'll have a screw-on connector like that, and then you just make it a lot longer than what it is. And then you have 1, 2 connectors for a split feed that go to the back of the meter movement itself, the hot and the plus and the minus posts right there. So there you go. Hopefully it gives you a picture. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Jerome. It is absolutely you guys liking these videos and watching these videos is the reason I make them. If you guys did not watch them, I would not be working on this stuff. Not at least on a live. I would be I'd be doing it and jamming some music or doing something else. So, let's see if I can get this off of here in a safe manner. So I was showing you the bird setup, and now I'm going to show you guys the high voltage meter setup next. Or not high voltage meter, but excuse me, high voltage quick connect, really. So the high voltage connector is right here. These are few and far in between. Most guys will be using something like this in the amateur world and hobbyist world. Now, ignore the size of the wire that I'm about to show you, just because it doesn't really matter. But this is a milling connector. This is a connector I hate very dearly. The reason I hate it is because the high voltage is exposed right there, and you touch that, and it's live, and you're dead. So if you was to push this and jam this all the way up in this connector, it goes in there 3 millimeters. That's what it is. I think it was 3.3 millimeters. So this wire is designed to flex and move a lot, and as you get near the end, the jacket will move and the wire won't. So then the jacket starts pulling out of the back of the connector, and you got a death hazard. The cool thing with this is the jacket goes all the way up into this connector, all the way into here, all the way to the very end of this connection right here. The high voltage wire goes all the way up inside there. So it's protected from this body right here. This body is actually grounded out. If you wanted to, you can actually hook a shield over top and completely shield this wire and have it even more protected. So it's got layers and layers of protections that you can add along. But that is your personal preference, how you choose to do so. Oh, now from here, I gotta slide this back into here. Right here. Get over there. Thank you. So technically, I could have just went and got another nut, but I didn't get one, so it is what it is. I'm just using the nuts on the end of there. Where, oh where is my my strippers? I think they're down here. Let me go ahead and pull them out from underneath my bench. Yep, there they are. So I try to put up my tools, and unfortunately I use them too much, so the boogers tend to get put away when they don't need to be put away, and here I am digging for them for no reason. So I did make a mistake, which is not a huge mistake. I grabbed from the wrong size terminal. So if you look for terminal size, the blues, as far as that is concerned, is going to go from what is that, 16 to 14 gauge, and the reds are going to go 22 to 18 gauge. I completely forgot that I'm dealing with a 12 gauge connector. So the goal is to go probably with this blue doohickey over here. We might be able to get it to work with that one, but that red one was entirely too small. That was an oversight on my part. So let's get this lined up. I don't know what I was using a while ago, but I'm using this now. Now there we go. That looks much better. That looks more likely to work. Why is silver used for high voltage instead of copper? Silver has a silver's a noble metal. But also something very cool about silver that a lot of people do not know is silver oxide does not lose any ampacity. No, so as far as copper oxide, it does. It actually derates the capacity of the conductor itself as that high voltage, as that conductor gets more and more oxidation, it loses ampacity. So the cool thing about silver oxide is it does not. So it doesn't lose any capacity as it ages. So it's just good for a high mating cycle connector. It's also good for a situation, a connection that doesn't want to oxidize, and it's also the best conductor you can get. It's 105% the conductivity of copper. So a lot of people think copper is your best conductor. It is not your best conductor. It's actually your second best conductor. A lot of people think your copper is your best heat conductor. It is not your best heat conductor. Gold is your best heat conductor. So there's always more to learn. Oh man, my iron's off real quick. Give me a second. So the high voltage connector I'm using right here is used for a experimental RF deck in this application. I've sold high voltage connectors to other individuals with what would you call it, for like universities and stuff for other applications. I've sold other ones I sold some 150 kV to another company. I don't know if they're really announcing what they're doing, so I'll let them announce it as they do it. But they're doing something pretty cool. Nothing really to do with the RF field, but I don't want to step on anybody's toes if they're not announcing to their competition what they're doing. So needless to say, it's just more high voltage wire going out to other people for different fields. University research, I'll sell high voltage wire for stuff like that. For replacement high voltage DC stuff, so your old fashioned tubes, like your 3500Gs, they will run about 3400 plate. And if you get an aftermarket homebrew box, a lot of times it'll be a 2-piece unit. So the power supply will be on the ground, the RF deck will be up top, and now you have exposed high voltage that's going out the wire itself. So you get a good high voltage wire, you get a good high voltage connector, and you keep yourself nice and safe. Especially if you put the connector on the male connector on the RF deck and move the female connector to the power supply. That way, anytime high voltage is ever applied, is always inside of the unit itself, and anytime you ever disconnect the unit, there is no high voltage on the male pin. So that is the smartest way to build a high voltage connector. This particular high voltage connector is extreme overkill for its application. So again, it's for a homebrew box, but it is good for, it is capable of running 10,000 volts at 30 amperes, or whatever. It's 30 amps for most of us Neanderthals that like to use the word amps instead of amperes. That is a lot of potential power, but it's going to be used at a significantly lower level than that. The main thing is just protecting yourself from dying. Nobody really wants to die from like talking on an amplifier or talking on a homebrew RF deck. It's not really I don't think it's been on nobody's bucket list, that is. Hey, let me work on my project box today, and let me just go ahead and kill myself while I'm working on it. That's sounds like a great plan today. I probably need to watch out what I'm saying. Excuse me. Let me not be safe and cause damage to my person. Watch me get in trouble. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for saying stuff like that. But it's just, I mean, it really is. It's stuff like that can hurt you. You got to be careful. So in this case, I have a really, really small connector on the end of this, and I do not believe that I have a small enough piece to tighten her up, but I'll lock her down with a Alright, this may need to come back off. The customer saw how that was assembled. That is connected in place. I'm not going to put anything on here to give the customer a false sense of security, so I'm not going to put heat shrink on the end of this at all. It's just not something I'm going to do. It irritates me not to do so because I just like keeping stuff clean looking and stuff, but I don't want to give a false sense of security and them touch an exposed connector and cause themselves harm. Let's just say it that way. So this connection is now complete. So this will be inside, ideally, in a perfect world, this will be inside the power supply, and this right here will be coming from the RF deck. That way, when this is removed, there is no voltage present on this. It is only deep inside of the power supply. Alrighty, so that's all done. Let's wrap this up. That's part of this customer's order. So let's zoom out real quick since we're done with that. Zoom, zoom, zoom. My bench is a mess. Forgive me all this. All those are literally just different plugins. I got 10 different plugs sitting over here, just ready to plug in all these different meters themselves. Oh wow, that was almost a disaster. Almost dropped my There we go. Almost dropped one of my microphones. Kind of expensive, not crazy expensive, but definitely not the cheapest. What's going on there? There we go. This is 25,000 volt rated wire. This is 10,000 volt rated connector. The connector is tested at 15,000 volts. I don't know what the wire is tested at. I've never looked up that specification. But yeah, this should keep them a little bit safer than what they've had before. Alright. Gonna find some zip ties real quick, put this together so this can be done. This customer did a variety of things. You got watt meters to be able to read the stuff. You got high voltage connectors to be able to protect his equipment and himself. He got coax to be able to power his system. So he's just kind of building everything from scratch over there. But I am an RF supply company, and that's what I do. I supply the RF components that you need to make your RF system work. So this is complete. I'm pretty positive. I don't think he's gonna get me to put terminals on this. I'll tell him to put his own terminals on. I didn't charge him nothing for putting this together, I don't think. If I did, I didn't charge him enough. That's not being rude or nothing. It just takes too much time to do this stuff. Too much time for me to be able to charge appropriately, that is. But hey, I'm selling the parts, so it doesn't matter. It's not the end of the world. I'll throw him a freebie here and there if I can. Alright, this is done. This is not done. This is finished enough. This needs to go away for now. I've got another digital bird meter I need to go ahead and put together on a double bird. I need to go ahead and look at another ticket and see what that one needs to be done. But instead of doing all that, we're going to go ahead and finish this one right here. In order to finish this, we already got our connector right here. So what we're going to do is build two. Let me check our ticket real quick. I'm going to build two sample lines coming out the back. So let's take a look real quick and see what I charged him for. I am pretty confident I didn't charge him there. Got all that. Already built all that. That's done. Case, movement, housing, time, labor, connector. Oh man, I feel like he told me he wanted this, and I really don't know if I'm doing it right. Alright, I'm going to do it for him. If he doesn't want to pay for it, then I'm going to unfortunately lose some money. But I'm pretty confident he told me to go ahead and do this, and I don't want to disappoint. Let's just say that way. I don't want to give somebody something that they didn't, or build something the way somebody did not ask me to. If he asked me to do the extra, I'm going to do it. And I'm pretty sure he did. So, I got two connectors over here, and the way I'm going to build this is a little bit different, guys. If you guys have seen my other bird setups, you'll see I'm making this disconnectable the way I'm setting it up. So, let's go ahead and grab some RG400 over here. So, all I need to do is pull off 20 foot. So it shouldn't be too bad of a deal here. I'm still zoomed in on TikTok. I'm sorry, guys. Let me zoom out real quick. Let you guys see what's going on. All right. Alright, so I was measuring with this little bitty, where's that little bitty measuring tape? I don't know what that thing even is. I just measured with the one that stopped at 6 foot. I've got a 16 foot measuring tape over here, and this one I'm going to be using. What is this one over here? That one's 16 foot also, but I don't like it as good. My little cheap El Cheapo is my favorite little tape measure. It's just flexible and able to move. It may make a nicer one, but I currently don't care because I'm not looking for a nicer one. I like this little one just fine. I've actually owned 3 of them. Gotta be careful, man. Whoops, hang on, where am I at? Which one is it? Alright, cut this real quick. Ready for this super scientific cut for the rest of this? It's pretty simple, actually. Went off pretty good. Stretch all the way over here. Man, I need to sweep that up. What a dust bomb. Look at that crap. There we go. Choppy choppy. So now, in order to clean this up, I'm going to be doing this a few more times. Just get a little microfiber. It'll clear up all our dust. So I don't have to deal with it. And the way I'm going to wrap it up, is like that. Just like that. Grab my tail. Set it up like that. You guys got questions? Feel free to ask me anytime while I'm working. So now, what I have to do is I'm pulling the back off of this. I want to drill it off of there. I'm going to set it up this way. Yeah, I'll do it that way. These can go up there. Let's turn my brightness down on Facebook so it's not blinding you guys out real quick. I think something like that's better. Sometimes it like gets way overexposed because I don't know nothing about cameras. All I know is I have what's called an ND filter, and it's used for use outside. And because I got 4,000 lumens above our head right now, no, 8,000 lumens above my head right now, it puts us in a lot better situation. Alright, so now we've got our power connection. We're going to go ahead and just pull that loose. We're not worried about messing with that back there for now. We just want to pop our connections in. So how do I want to do this is the question. Do I do it just directly by it? Let's take a look and see what kind of spacing we got to work with. All right, we got to look at this a little bit different because we got to check clearance. So before we do our drilling, that's the connection I'm going to pull apart when we do for clearance. But that is not useful yet because we have We have to see how much space we got to work with. Pull this one off. Pull this one off. So now, I'm going to be fine right there if I did that. But if I went ahead and went over here, would that be better? That's the question. I'm going to go ahead and go over here. Let's just do this. So something like that. And something like this. I'm just going to ignore these two holes in the middle. So somewhere over there, somewhere over there. So now I'm going to use a little caliper to get a quick measurement, real quick. Uh-oh, we lost some frames. What happened? If something happens on the video, guys, let me know, because I will try to recover it somehow. This camera is not in the right angle, so we'll get you back. Thank you very much. Come back over here. Okay, cool. So from center to center is what we'll go for. So we will measure, we'll just go ahead and go to millimeters. Zero that booger out. From exterior of this body all the way to here, 52. So we'll hit that booger down at 52, somewhere right here. That'll be fine. Center to center should get me the same, 52 right there. It's based off the same platform, so that'll also work. Okay, we'll get a good mark on each. Doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. Now we'll measure. We'll keep the same theme. So we'll go center to center here. 26 mil on the money. A little bit lower than I was expecting. Also a little lower, that's fine. Happy with that, no problems. Let's get our punch. It's gonna be sitting inside here somewhere. Let's just set that on top of there. One punch here. Next. All right. That sets our center right there. Let's go ahead and put our cap on so we can check for well, I don't have to have that on right now. I'll just leave it off. It's not going to make a difference, really, for what I'm doing. So, we'll just run it like that. Drop the back off. Set it up there. Now, pull that loose. And we'll work on just this back plate right here. Meter can stay out of the way. Go ahead. Let's just use our drill real quick. Swap batteries. Now, caliper again. This is what's important for this next part. So I need to measure fractions next. I'll measure too big for 9/16, just right at 5/8. So let's see what we got. It's going to be 9/16 and 5/8 is what the size is going to be. So we'll check and see what it looks like with our 5/8. Actually, I know it's going to be fine with 5/8, so I'll do that. I need to not make a mistake real quick, so let's go ahead and move this off of here. I forgot something about that drill. Even though it's a brand new drill bit, I don't know what really happened to it, to be honest. But it likes to try to walk on me, and we're not playing those games right now. So we're going to get our auto punch and hit her back to center real quick. Grab any sharp bit that I own. This one should do fine. And just go ahead and start that booger to the right size. Alright, looks like we're good. I'm going to drop the shavings on the floor rather than off my bench. Next, swap drills. I'll have to vacuum this up later. Normally, if I wasn't working right here, I'd do this over a trash can or something. But because I like you guys, I don't mind cleaning up. Not large enough. I wanted to make sure I'm up that size up. That has an effect. Okay. Fits just fine, no problems. Now we need to do a deburr inside here. There's a couple different ways I can do it, but I'm going to try to do it this way. I was mostly successful, not 100%. I have a second method that I use, which is right here. I know YouTube's fine, we're good. So, this is just a deburring tool. I'm gonna watch and not nail my own hand. Alright, cleaned up. Next, drill out this one. This should be the 9/16. That is correct. One more size up. Trying to do a little bit of a deburr with the drill just so I don't have to work so hard with the manual deburring tool. Nice and clear, no problems whatsoever. Clean that one up too. That one's good to go. Next, I've got to go grab a tool real quick. I need a shorty. Maybe this will be the one. I don't know. I don't think so. Let's check and see. That is the one. That works for me. Saves me some time. I don't have to go over there. Drill back. Put it away. And let's do our bit real quick. Do not need a large ratchet for this job. It's not special. It's just a very small connection. So I'm going to try to hold this nice and still, and we'll go ahead and lock this booger into place. Locked in just fine, no problems whatsoever, nice and tight. Next, let's go ahead and do the other one. Hey, thanks for the like, Eric, appreciate you. If you guys are in here, I do thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you guys for watching the video and seeing what we're doing over here. Apologize for not talking as much as I could, guys, but we are trying to get some stuff accomplished. See what we can get done today. If I'd have thought about it, I'd ask you guys to like the live and tap the screen, but it is what it is. I don't want to overburden too few of people now that we're far enough in the live where you guys are just hanging out. Sometimes early on, you get a couple hundred people just come in and see what's going on. Then you got the guys that are really enjoying, just want to hang out and see what's going on. Like just, that's how it's set up right there. We got 1, 2 right here, 1, 2 right here. We've got 2 split feeds to build. We're going to build them pretty short. I'm debating really hard about what type of wire I want to use. Whatever. Let's do it $400 way. Let's just do it. We can do it. It's a little bit more work this way, but I don't mind. Ideally, I want to find something that's a bit more practical than this for this application, but it'll be all right. So, again, the bench is a mess. We're not trying to... Oh, wait. Something like that should be good. Yeah, right there. I'll be able to show you guys what's going on. Let's zoom in on TikTok also. So you guys see how this is done. Well, I'm doing okay on time. Not too super bad. Got a lot of stuff to get done. Little bit of time to do it. So let's make it happen. Alright, so we're just pulling this braid back. This is a double braided jacket wire. It's a silver coated copper braid. And we're just splitting the braid apart. of truth. Wrap this side up. Spin her in place. Watcha. Something kind of like that. I've got some heat shrink over here. I actually lost it earlier, but now I found it again. My bin full of heat shrink. I'll chop some of this off just because we need to make it nice and even. Not that it matters too much. We're building one of these digital bird meters for the guys who are just jumping in, seeing the live and seeing what we're doing. If you guys want to see, it'll look like this when we're done. Set up like that. Currently working on the guts right now to make it happen. Alright, so we're just soldering this center conductor on, soldering this body on. Nothing crazy to write home about with what we're doing, but it's just what needs to be done for this connection right here. So if you guys are not familiar, this is going to be a split feed for a digital bird meter setup. Really for any bird meter setup, to be honest. It can be for any of them. Alright, so now we'll throw some more heat shrink on this just because we can, and we've got the material to do so. Glad I caught this so I can see better how mine's going to be set up. Very cool. Yeah, it's cool, Dan. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for hopping in here and checking it out. This is definitely how yours is going to be set up. So, definitely good that you got to see it. So, this has actually got the quick disconnects and everything. I can't remember if you did a triple or a double. Well, I think you jumped up to a triple, though. So, this will let you see how it's done. Alright, so I'm pretty sure you did a I think you went to a triple on yours. Last I remember. Unless I'm just forgetting. So we're nice and protected and all set up. Now we got to build our split for over here and set that up for us. So this is all good. Now let's do another one. I'm trying to debate on whether or not I like this idea of separating these connections like this. I don't know. All of them, all three of them together, it's kind of nice, but also at the same time, it might be annoying. So we'll see. We'll try this method out and see how what I think of it. There's virtually no difference, really. It's just really personal preference for me on how it assembles on the inside. Not really anything on the external side of things. All right. Sorry, guys. I've been slacking on the lives. I was out. I went live 2 days last week. I went live, what was it, yesterday? Monday? Today's Tuesday? Yeah. I think today's Tuesday. What is today? Today should be Wednesday now, right? Yep, that's correct. I got some stuff done on Monday. I just didn't go live. I was doing some warranty work on a job. Had a split feed, wasn't quite cut the length, so shipped it all back and cut it to dimensions that he wanted, a little bit longer. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't know exactly what you did, but thank you very much. That's generally on my thingy. Where's that thing at? Somebody either subscribed or liked the live or something like that. So whoever did that, thank you very much. I really appreciate you. I'm trying to see if I can get this to show me recent events. Hey, Annie, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. If you guys are liking the videos enough, please feel free to click like on the video. And if you guys are really enjoying it, definitely feel free to subscribe. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all's support for sure. You guys are cool. So all I'm doing, again, is finishing the split feed. Sorry I'm not saying much, but we're just trying to get it all straight real quick. I'll wrap this booger up. We'll take whatever's extra off the end of this booger right here and go ahead and lop her off. Like that, right there. Now, I need to strip this booger back right here. See if I can get this heat shrink on this. Might be a little too small, we'll see. Let's bump up to the next size so I don't have to deal with it. It's not like it's super hard for me to work with, but hey, if you got the tools, might as well work with what you got rather than make it more difficult just for, I don't know, no reason, really. Alright, so now we need scissors. Where are the scissors at? Alright. for now. Add some more solder to this. Okay. So what would be nice is if I could finish this whole order today. That's what I'm shooting for. This one's got to go to Hawaii, to its owner, or the island of Hawaii. I think that's how they say it over there, depending on who you're talking to. Alrighty. Next, push this all the way against here. And now we can work on building our connections. So the way I'm going to set this up, first things first, is I'm going to cut each one of these to pretty similar lengths. Something like that would be fine, don't matter. Not super critical, really. Now, I'm wasting my copper right now. I had a little copper pile and I just threw it away. So now I gotta make a new one before I keep throwing the stuff in the trash. Silver plated copper and all the extra copper shavings. I don't know if I'm wasting my time with it, but I do save a bit of it. The scraps. So as we lift this up, we'll have plenty of extra, so on and so forth. But we need enough to be able to make it right here, so that'll cover that on each one. It's fine. So here should be the same length on both, pretty close. In order to make that type of gap on this one, I'm gonna have to build the split feed just a little smidge longer. So we'll cut that right there. So, exterior of this jacket cut mostly through. Just gotta chop it the rest of the way off. There we go. Now, gotta try to pull this off. If you guys got questions while we're working on this digital bird, feel free to ask. Like I said, I'm nothing but working. It'll look like this once we're done. We'll have a remotable line section with a digital and a analog, both. So we will cover both of these. Appreciate all you guys hanging out. Thank you guys for watching the video. I'm not ending the video right now, but I just want to say that. It's just, if you guys were not hanging out, you guys weren't watching, then I would not be motivated enough to be out here working. I might could listen to some music for another half hour, something like that. I don't know what I could do, but as long as you guys are hanging out, I am going to do my best to get as much done as possible today. I don't know how long this live will be, but I do know there'll be extra stuff that you'll see next. We watched high voltage connectors getting put together so far. We showed you guys how to power on and set up the digital birds so far. Now we're showing you guys how to wire up a custom remotable line section and watt meter setup. So basically, external power reading, so you can hook up separate and don't have to run extra long coax all the way throughout your shack to be able to hook up your connections. Sometimes when you pick too far down the braid, what happens is it'll catch. And the wires will kink up together. I'm not having a whole lot of luck this time around. So let's take a look right here. So our shield's on the left. So let's go ahead and I don't think I'm going to keep this full length. I'm actually quite confident I'm not. Alright. So we're just going to wrap that booger up. This is significantly longer than it needs to be, so I can just chop her back. Measure the width of her braid. Do something reasonable. Something like that right there is fine. Oh, you little butthole. Sorry, it just didn't cut all the way through the first time. Alright, we're good. Just making sure. Seems good. You guys got questions, ask anytime. Alright, so I lost my audio. I can't hear me anymore. Let's take a look. So we have audio there. We're on Facebook. Audio. Hello, hello. Test 1, 2. Can you guys hear audio or no? Let me know, guys. So tell me if the audio is messed up or not. Can anybody hear me? Hello, hello. Just checking to see. Copy good on TikTok. So let me look up here. That's this one right here. You should be good. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Yes. No. Dan, let me know if you can hear me or not. Audio's fine. Copy that. Thank you, Machinist. Appreciate you, man. That's cool. What made you decide one day to make watt meters? I'm an RF supply company, so it's kind of my thing. Because of my business, it kind of makes me do all this stuff. Alright, so let's see what Matthew said. Will both watt meters be showing the same wattage, so one will be used for AM and the peak setting on the digital meter be used for sideband, SSB? Yes, you could use one for an average reading meter and one for a SSB reading meter. But you also have a copy the central reading meter to switch to all your transceivers. Yes, you could do that for sure. So here is another suggestion. I will say this. This is what I would recommend for my configuration. I would get something like this right here. Ooh. So if you look right here, this is an option. It is not a requirement to get something like this, but this is what I would suggest. So I would have your main line section. This is not what the line section looks like, but I have your main line section tied in right here into this input connector right here. You'd have both slugs tied in right here. You can tie it through a longer jumper. You can tie it directly to it. It doesn't really matter. Then you have antenna 1, antenna 2, antenna 2, antenna 3, antenna 4, antenna 5. Then you got this remoted section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can pick between each one. The cool thing is, because it's an antenna switch, it functions the same way. It has the same SWR. So it still is a good pass-through. So you can do radio 1, radio 2, radio 3, radio 4, radio 5, or transceiver 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So you can have 5 different units, and then you can have your line section that's able to read any of those. So then as you swap units, swap modes, you can monitor them forward and reflect this way. And this right here also reads an average scale and a peak scale also. So you're not just stuck to one specific setting. So just to show you, I've got one that's already powered up over here. Let's go ahead and put it back in the shot, and let's explain my statement. So we have average reading right here. Of course, you're not going to be 100 kW, so you'll, unless you're using it for broadcast use. And you have PEP over here. So all you have to do is push down to go back to average, up to go to PEP. And then you can use that for whatever element you want to use. So if you have a 100 watt element right here, we'll use that element. This is a 30 microampere element, 30 microampere, 100 watt right there, set up right there. If you want to quickly go between elements, you just push the button on the right and the up and down at the same time. So element 1, element 2, element 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I can add more elements with an update pretty easily, up to 16 or really up to 1,000 elements if you want that many. But that's, we're keeping it, excuse me, the manufacturer, I discussed with the manufacturer, and as far as I can think of, 8 is sufficient. If somebody needs more than 8, then absolutely request it, and I will talk about getting a custom firmware for the ones who want more than 8. But yeah, that's how you set it up. So, Matthew, let me know if you heard that. I know YouTube said they heard me fine, but let me know if you heard that on Facebook over there. I have that switch on my tower now, so I would not need 2 meters with that. So I would not need 2 meters with that 1 meter. Yeah, you could for sure. So you wouldn't have to purchase 2 of these. You would just switch to different antenna switches. But now here's the thing: if you want to use different transceivers on a different setup, right? That's why I would get another switch box. So you have the switches for multiple towers. So we have multiple antennas outside, right? But then also in the shack, we have multiple radios, right? Say if you have like a 950 SDX, you got a 1000 you want to use an old school FT101, whatever you want to use, doesn't really matter. You hook up the input going out to the, say, the amplifier. So whatever, like say if you got an Ameritron or something like that, or anything else, it doesn't really matter what you got. So you hook that up to your amplifier, hook this up to transceiver 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Unless you use multiple amplifier combos and radio combos, then you'll hook up your final output to different setups as far as that goes. Like they're going to different antennas also. And then on the antenna side, then you'll have one common and multiple antennas. But that was the idea, to be able to not have to buy lots of meters, just so you have one switch to control multiple radios. All right, so back to work. So hopefully that gets the concept that you're looking for. Maybe I'm very uneducated when it comes to this. So is this equipment used for reading of signals on like radio towers? Yes, very similar. Not specifically. It's not exclusive to radio towers, but it definitely can be used on radio towers. Let's just say it that way. It's also used in the regular CB guys that have like an 18-wheeler or something like that, or a base station at their house. It's used for those guys. It's used for amateur guys that operate on multiple frequencies with multiple antennas. It can be used for really any individual that wants to measure RF power. You could get as far as hooking up in between your antenna of your Wi-Fi output and your Wi-Fi router, and actually put this watt meter in line in between that, and you could actually measure the RF power of your Wi-Fi signal if you really wanted to, because all it is 800 megahertz on some of the lower ones, and then 5 gigahertz on the higher one. 800 megahertz is very, very old signal. Excuse me. Let me not show my age there with some of that stuff. But yeah, 5.6 gig, or no, 2.4 gig and 5 point. The heck is 5 point whatever gig? I don't know why I'm having a hard time with that. Is it 5.4 gig? 2.4 gig I know is the lower frequency. 5 gigahertz. 5 gigahertz even. Duh. Okay, never mind. Just took me a moment. I was having a brain fart. But yeah, you can measure anything with RF signal. Doesn't matter what it is. If you had enough dedication and you had enough capability, and you had a small enough iron, you could actually hook up to the radio of your telephone, and you could measure the RF output of the radio that's inside your telephone that transmits back and forth to the cell phone towers. But yeah, there's whole communities dedicated to talking what they call DX or skip. Just depends on which community you're speaking to. If you're talking to the CB community, they'll call it skip a lot of times. They'll call it DX whenever you're talking to the amateurs a lot. And then not really mentioned much on anything else. I mean, I guess you got you call it ground wave on your some of your AM broadcast stuff. They would have a bit more ground wave in the evening times, and their signals would travel a lot farther. Alright, so when you measure RF power at your home of your at-home radio, are you trying to determine issues with the system, or is it for flexing, or just simply cool? So it's cool for one aspect, but mostly just to monitor. So let's say this way: if you got, say, if you had a dyno you could constantly put on your vehicle, right? And every day you measured your car, and you said, my car is doing 225 horsepower. It's working just fine. Everything's doing good. And then all of a sudden, another day you dyno your vehicle, and your car is only doing 160 horsepower. Oh no, something's happened. My car's not working properly. Now I've got an issue. So I need to go start looking for problems and find the problem. That is one way of using a watt meter. You can do it from an RF signal perspective. Then the other perspective is you have one output meter right here and the other meter that measures power coming back. If that power coming back goes above a certain threshold, you can damage your equipment. So that's the other use case of a watt meter. So it's mainly just for monitoring and understanding what's going on, so you can see what's happening with your station without opening up all your different RF components and looking inside them. Alrighty, let's scoop this booger in real quick. I do hate that I'm not seeing you. There, I'm seeing it actually over there. I'm good. Another way of kind of is with you being it looks like it says you're a machinist. So with you being a machinist, another way to kind of explain the scenario, which I'm not sure if it would fit because I'm not a machinist myself, but the kind of the way I would consider it would be, hang on a second. I backed out of the video and then pulled it back up. Now I can hear you again. Weird question. Do you make any high-powered antenna switches for vertical to horizontal? Yeah, I can. I can make some antenna switches that you won't have any problems with. So back to what I was saying real quick. Just message me, Dan. We can talk about it. So back to the machinist. I want to try to go over this with him real quick. Kind of a little interesting real world scenario that somebody could do as a machinist to measure like your CNC, to check your CNC and things like that. I'm not sure if there's anything that currently does that, but if you had something that you could, no problem. I appreciate you hanging out, man. It's cool. I appreciate you just having the questions, man. The questions like that make things a lot more interesting for me, rather than just sitting here making a video. I'm actually able to answer something. But I'm not sure if this will apply, but like I said, let's just say this. You've got the main head of your tooling for a CNC that's got a thrust bearing on it, the way it's set up. A couple thrust bearings, just to be able to handle that load that's going to have on it. I would say, I don't know, I'm not sure it would be a Type E roller flange bearing or what kind of thrust bearing it would have, but I'm sure it would have several bearings on there to try to make sure it can handle those loads. And then people talk about whenever you put too much chip load on the I don't know, end mill, whatever the heck they call it, one of the tools basically, as you're working with it. Again, I'm not a machinist, but a way you could actually test that is if you actually hooked up a current probe on the end of the actual AC line coming in. So what you could do is you could monitor the actual power usage of the actual unit itself while it's under load, while it's cutting chips, right? While it's pulling material. And what you could do is you could see if you're actually pulling too much current at a certain point and know that you're about to snap a chuck or lose the end of a tool, or know that, hey, my carbide bit fails as soon as I jump above, say, 20,000 watts of input wattage, or say 20, whatever, just say some arbitrary number, say 20 amps at 480 or something like that, or 20.6 amps. You could monitor stuff like that and see if your tool is going to fail with a power reading meter like that. It's a similar concept. Not to say that would ever happen, but that's just a thought from the outside looking in. Because I watched somebody trying to dig into super deep into a piece of aluminum or something, and whenever he did, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, you saw the wobble on the end of the chuck. You know he's wearing that tool out and he's about to break it or whatever." But it ended up cutting the job and doing everything it needed to do. So it's just a interesting thought. They have active load meters that utilize the current draw to mathematically determine physical load on the machine. That's cool. Pretty cool. Nice to know. I figured that somebody would have to have come out with something like that, because it really makes sense for trying to make sure you don't overwork the machine. And it actually being able to manually go in and preset those settings per each tool that you put in too, so you can derate the unit for the tool that you're putting in, would also be pretty cool for a fail-safe. So if you hit too high of a current load, the tool would just slow down and pull out and cease operation, rather than catastrophically fail. That's kind of the concept of a watt meter, what they do for the RF circuit. So that is from like I said, a absolute armchair machinist from the outside looking in. That would be the closest example I can think of as to explain why we do it. Hysteresis. Oh man. Let's go to this next one. So we've got one of these built, so we need to work on the next one. What's up, Terry? Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for hanging out, man. I'm actually super interested in setting up a satellite to listen to satellite signals. Obviously not communicate, but monitor and explore. Yeah, most satellite signals are going to be digital. So in order to decode those, you'll have to have basically whatever they're encoded to. So the only way you're really going to get to be able to monitor a lot of signals is going to get on some sort of communications frequency. Otherwise, it's just going to be a lot of dots and noises and rings and weird sounds and stuff. Unless you have the encryption that they use to be able to decode it. And then even then, it's going to be a digital signal, so it'll have to go into some sort of digital to something converter to be able to actually listen to it. Now, you can listen to all the crazy noises if you wanted to, for sure. But to decode it, it would be odd. So what you'd want to do in order to get something like that is you'd pick up something called an SDR. It's called a software-defined receiver. So an SDR is indiscriminate. It's just for receive. You can plug it up to any computer. Sometimes, if you get the right one, I think some of the newest ones can plug up to a telephone now. And you would be able to monitor signals. So I'll show you an example of one real quick. It's not... you would have to do different antennas on it, but this is an example. It looks like this right here. So we flip our power on if I got juice. I don't have any juice. No, I do. So this is Team DSP technology. So right now I'm in the HF spectrum right here. So where's my frequency? So I can run over on frequency. So where can I go over? I don't remember how. So I'm just jumping up on frequency 27. I'm in the 11 meter band right there. I can just keep jumping on up. We're going very, very slow on frequency. I should probably be able to zoom out somehow, but I still got a screen protector on this thing. So we're jumping up into 28 meg or so. See it if you look right here. There's a signal right here being generated just outside of the... So let's see, do I have to have headphones for this? So you can hear I have an S9 signal over there, and now it's significantly lower, back down to S7 and lower. Now we can cut the noise out and go on and so on and so forth. Can I zoom out? I don't know how to zoom out, but whatever. I can click band over here. I can jump up to 50 megahertz up here. I have no antenna hooked up, so send this volume back down. I can go to 1.9 megahertz down here, and I can just basically measure any frequency that I want. So there's also some extra noise down here on 1.9 meg right here. If I wanted to listen to that, I can check different modes right here. I can listen to it on AM. I can listen to it on NFM. I can listen on WFM. I've got a decoder. I can decode CW. I can do DSP. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do. That's just one little SDR you can use. So that is something you could buy that you could check signals with, and you can listen to them. Wouldn't cost you a crazy amount of money to purchase. I do not offer them for sale myself, but I can. You saw the name. You can go back on this video and use that to try to find that receiver. There's a bunch of China copies, I think. It would be best for you to look for the original manufacturer somewhere, but that is something for you to kind of play with. There's a super cool Linux-based operating system that has built-in decoding and works with SDR. Now, as far as what's legal and what's not legal to listen to, as far as that goes, I don't know if there's anything illegal. Well, let me just not say it outright. I won't speak for that, but I would have a lot of doubts about just listening. Let's just say it that way. There may be some obscure law about of having an encryption you're not supposed to have. But if you don't have an encryption you're not supposed to have, and you're able to decode a signal, then I don't think that that's illegal. But I would consult your local laws, figure out what your local whether you're in the U.S. or whatever, your communication commission, whatever it is, in the country that you're in. If you're in the U.S., the FCC, figure out what they have to say about it and stuff like that. Yeah, I would have a lot of doubts about like something you can get for free that has the ability. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, that gray area for sure, but I really have a lot of doubt about whether that they could actually enforce anything negative about being able to hear something that they don't want you to hear. Like that's their fault. They should. It's like freedom of the speech in general, right? So freedom of the press means that you're able to record anything as a public individual. You can record anything you want as long as it's a publicly accessible space. Well, they say, okay, well, you can't record people's private information. Well, as far as that's concerned, it's not my job to make sure that you keep your information private. It's your job to protect your private information. Like you go up to a random business, and this random business has their computer turned sideways, and you're able to walk by their business, and here they have sensitive documents that's got people's social security numbers on it. If you were to take a picture inside their building, that's not your fault. You're not trying to rob information. They're the ones freely giving it. Now, I would never do that. I think that would be wrong and stuff like that. But it would be really, really hard court case for the court to say that you can't trespass the eyes. Like if I can see a mile away or something like that, and I'm seeing something that somebody wanted to hide, they need to hide it better. It's not your job to. I don't know. I would be very curious what the laws would be on that. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so consult your own lawyer to figure out your own stuff. Yeah, be very curious on that. But yeah, enjoy. Get an SDR, listen, see what's going on. As far as breaking encryptions and stuff like that, like I said, look into your local laws. See what's legal or not legal about that, and even look into your federal law and stuff like that. But I don't know. All right, so we are almost done with the inside of this meter. We are working our way towards completion. I'm spending a bit more time protecting this thing on the inside than I really should. But this customer will not have any problems inside of his meter at all. There's no way it can touch off on anything, no way it can touch anything metal, no way that it can short out on the inside. Blah, 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 all the extra goodies. So we are good to go. I'll do this one right here, finish this up, and this thing will be finished as far as that's concerned. And then we'll work on the exterior part. All I'll need to do is build 2 sample lines, and then this will be complete. Now, what's going to suck for me is if I message this customer and say, yeah, you already told me about this. You already said that I could do this, but I decided not to. That would suck. Because I'm doing it because I'm pretty sure we had a conversation and he said to go ahead and do it. But I never charged him for it. So it's a weird gray area, but I can't be calling somebody at, 1:39 in the morning. I do need to get 2 inline slug. Yeah, I got a dual line section, or I got 2 slugs if you need 2 slugs. Just let me know anytime you want. Just message me and let me know what you need. If I was supposed to respond to you in the past and have not responded to you, I apologize. Get back with me anytime you want. I am, unfortunately, sometimes I fall through the cracks on some guys. I do remember one guy, like 2 months ago, I was supposed to give him a custom quote on a custom digital, a custom bird meter setup with, I don't know if he wanted a digital or not, but he wanted the RF sampler. And I actually currently have a bird meter with the RF sampler now, but I didn't have one when I was trying to quote him. I was supposed to send him a quote. I already told him the extra amounts and stuff, but I don't really know what happened. I feel like he told me to wait, and I should be fine, but sometimes situations like that makes you second guess. Did he really tell me to wait, or did I drop the ball? I'll try my best to stay on top of everything, but sometimes life gets in the way, orders get in the way, and I do not get all the quotes out. If I see a quote that's already been paid for, that's easy. I've got a whole list of those written down. But something that's not paid for, that somebody's trying to get me to quote out, sometimes them boogers will fall through the cracks. I got a customer in Kuwait right now trying to get me to give him a quote, and I can't get a hold of them properly, so I'm like, yeah, it's kind of falling through the cracks right now because I don't have a good way to contact them, and it's not working through my system. So should I really go through the effort and try to find some other way to contact them, or do I just wait for them to contact me again through a source that works? I don't know. That's jury's out on that one. So, so what else did everybody say? Yeah, any more questions, guys? Feel free to ask. I know I went on a weird tangent there about legality of laws and stuff, but that's definitely I don't know. I'm not one for overreach of government, and whenever it comes into certain areas, it's just there's some areas that just doesn't really seem like they really need to be sticking their hands in. Like it really doesn't matter. If somebody just listens somewhere, I don't really see a problem with that. Now, if somebody is intentionally interfering on a frequency they shouldn't be on, yeah, sure, I get it. Cool. But listening and minding your own business, that would be weird. Alright, we're almost done. So now we got to protect this. So I messed up and covered this up a little early, but it's not the end of the world. I'll just go to the next size up on. Oh, I'm still doing good on time. Not really good in general sense on time, but doing good on the time that I have allotted for this. All right. Like I said, questions, feel free to pop them out there. Anything you guys would like to know. If you guys would know more about the digital meters, you guys want to know more about the analog meters, you want to know more about RF theory in general, questions are appreciated because they keep me on a subject. It was a little bit short, but it'll be all right. I can throw another one on top. Now, one more. Oh, that didn't work. I was a little too aggressive. Let's do another one. Yeah, if you work too hard on these pieces of heat shrink, you stretch them a little bit too much, they'll rip. So you gotta. What I'm doing is I'm putting it over this larger terminal, and it's going onto a smaller connection on the backside. So I could technically find and get a hold of some triple 3-to-1 heat shrink and stuff, but that's kind of few and far in between, kind of hard to get a hold of. So what I do, I'm going to take my regular 2-to-1, figure out what size it would normally stretch down to, stretch it out just a smidge, slide it over the connection, and voila, we're good to go. We now have a technically a 3-to-1 heat shrink. Sliding over our connector, and we're able to protect our wire with our heat shrink being in the way, or with our terminal being in the way. Digital meter does SWR? Yes, sir. So the SWR is what's called standing wave ratio. So standing wave ratio is a measure of your line to load impedance mismatch. So it is a physical ratio. So 1.5 SWR is 3% return power. A 2.0 SWR is around 11% return power. So if you had, say, 1,000 watts going out and you measure 100 watts coming back, that is 10% return power. That means you have a 2-to-1 SWR. So that meter will absolutely tell you that immediately. It also has a function where you can turn the element forward and then turn the element in reflect, and it will read SWR for you. If you bought one of the meters, I would give you a manual, and that manual will show you how to do that. I personally have not played with that functionality yet. It's just not something I've done at this current moment in time. But it is a feature that the meter does have. It will measure SWR and return loss also. So it can and will. I need to talk to them about having a communications port hooked up so you could check SWR live. That'll probably be for the new version 3s that's going to be coming out maybe next year, the year after, something like that. And I don't really know exactly. I don't want to say that they're coming out next year and them not come out next year. Let's just say sometime in the future period. We won't call a time because we're not going to claim that. But in the future, there may be a new version 3 that comes out. It will be completely different than the version 2. It will have more options and features and stuff like that. But the version 2 will be viable all in itself. Version 2 is probably going to be more rugged, more useful for everyday use. Version 3 might be a little bit more advanced and have maybe more bells and whistles. I don't really know. But again, it's hard to talk about the future when the future is not here yet. So I wouldn't worry too much about it yet. Okay, we're not 5/32. We need the 9mm, which is going to be up here. That's going to be this one, I think. Yep, that's the one I needed. Oh. I don't know if Dan's still hanging out or not, but thanks for letting me know, Dan, that you'd hop back out and hop back in and it fixed it. That's great to know. Okay. Done. So we're good to go. So now from here, all I've got to do is figure out how I want to jam this thing back in here. And hook up our hot connection right here. And from an internal perspective, this meter is 100% assembled. As soon as I put the screws back in it, that is. Alright, so let's get my handy dandy drill real quick. Alright. One, two, the front two right here. So if you guys wanted to see what it looks like, now that it's not that it's don't look any different than what it did before, it's now just got a hook up on it. But we can power her on and see what she looks like with juice to her. So we'll put the hood, the top on it next. Let you see it covered all up. Again, this unit is the externally powered unit, so as soon as I disconnect power, it disconnects the power to the meter. It's also got a switch on the front that will turn the meter on and off. But I do have a battery powered unit that you can get if you want a unit that can run off of battery power. Battery powered unit would be like this unit over here. It can be in the housing, just the same. but that one's got a battery on it. That one's been on all night. It's been on for several nights and has not been charged for probably a week, and it's still full charge. Now, to be fair, I just got it powered on and I'm not using it, but still, it's gotta run some lights and stuff. So, yeah, Dad, appreciate you, man. So this is the, like I said, the externally powered unit right here, and that's how that works. All right, that's how that one sets up right there. That's one digital, one analog right there. We'll turn this bugger around, let you see the back. So obviously the one on this side is for the digital. The one on this side is for the analog. I can, let's just do it. I don't care. I've got the, ain't nothing but time. I can spare a little bit more of it. Let's do it. All right. Let's make some labels. It'll make it look pretty, make it look nicer. Okay, so now we will label this one reflect and out. What is it called? This one reflect and incident. This is reflecting forward. That would be fine. Reflecting forward. No, let's do it this way. FWD. And RFL. I'm going to do that twice in the front and the back. So let's do one. Let's see how this looks. Let's make that bigger. Go to 20. On the back at least. That'll be fine. Reflected forward. USB-C. I think this will be a nice little touch for this thing. USB-C. USB-C power in. Let's make that as big as possible. I can do 12. Let's try that and see how it looks. So, what do you guys think about that? USB-C power in right there, PWR in, and then this one would have the reflect, and this would have the forward, and that would be large. What do you guys think about that? That looks pretty good, maybe? So, according to, if you look up the bird meter up here in front of me, what are you guys on? You're on Facebook? Let me show you guys real quick on Facebook. So bump it over here. Look at what the bird has right here. That one right there says incident, and that one right there says reflect. And if you look right here, on the bottom of that meter right there, it says FWD, and the bottom of the one right beside it says RFL. That's the reason I'm picking those specific statements right there, just simply because that's what it says on the other bird meters. So if they were ever to have another bird meter, it would say the same thing. Definitely other things I could write, but I think I want to try to stick with the bird standard just simply because it's bird. But let you guys look at it and see what you guys think. I'll take opinions. They are exceptional. In the custom bird box, I could have both digital meters, one for SWR, one for power. Yes, you could have one for SWR, one for power, both. So both could be digital. One could be for SWR, one could be for power. Yes, sir. And then also you can tie an interlock in with the system, and if your SWR ever goes up too high, you can tie it in line with the foot pedal, and you could disengage your transmitter if you're using an amplifier, an external amplifier, like an Ameritron or anything else that requires a foot pedal. So let's take a look real quick and see if I did the wrong one. That is the wrong one. Let's pull this off. Did it backwards. FWD and RF. I don't know. I might like more letters and more stuff on it, to be honest. But I don't know. Sometimes the less letters and less words, the better. But also other times it's like, man, I really wish you just wrote the whole thing out. So I don't know. I'm trying to stick with the bird standard, but at the same time, it's always nice to branch out and do your own thing. USB-C, power in, RF reflect and forward. And then on the front of these meters, I'm going to do reflect and forward right below the meter. So if you guys think that is looks good, let me know. If you guys think it's not good enough or doesn't look good, give me your opinion. I'll take it. I think I need to go about 20 font on the front too, though. RFL, FWD. Alright, so you guys, like I said, I'm taking opinions. Terry had mentioned changing it to SWR on one, and SWR monitor handle big numbers. I'm not quite sure what that means exactly, Terry. Maybe that was multiple things you were trying to tell me, but I'm just, it's late. You'll have to spell it out for me like I'm dumb, because our critical thinking's a little slow this late at night. I'd like that to say reflect all the way, R-E-F-L-E-C-T, I think, and this to say forward or output. What do you guys think? Because I personally, looking at this, I really don't like this that much. This says FWD, this says RFL. It says the same thing that Bird says, but me personally, I would rather just have reflect and forward, and then reflect and forward right there. What do you guys think? Opinions? Same here? Yeah, I don't like it. So R. Yeah. A-R. Alright. E. F. Alright, let's print both of those out. Alright, see if that's too big. If this is too big, we can go back down in size. It doesn't really matter. So, that is, picture that just being right there. Forward, reflect. I think this should be output and reflect. I think instead of forward. I'm going to make it output. Okay, forward just looks dumb. O-U-T. Output and reflect. That's my go-to, really. You like forward and reflect? Look at output versus forward. I don't know. Output's just something that kind of sticks with me. You guys can't really see. I don't really have it the right angle for you guys to look. There's reflect, there's output, and that's reflect, and that's forward. What do y'all guys think? Forward and reflect, or output and reflect? So far, Terry's the only one giving me opinions. So, We got 1 and 1. I'm voting for output. Terry's voting for forward. What do you guys think? I'm willing to listen. You guys tell me. Any more guys? Tim, Jerome, you got any ideas? What do y'all want? Forward or you want output for this one right here? I'm going to go ahead and do reflect on the other side. We already know we're doing that one for sure. That RFL is just not where it's at. It's just, there's too much space there to not just ride it out. Hey, what's up, Willie? You can be the tiebreaker. I'm voting for output and reflect. Terry is voting for forward and reflect. What do you say? What say you, troubleshooter? So we got reflect right here. We got forward right here. That'll be on a clear background here in just a second. And then we got reflect right here. And we have output right there. Output's fine, they'll get the point. So we have 2 outputs. Thank you, Dan. I'll stick with Dan. Terry, I will absolutely, if you ever get me to build you one, set you one up like this, I will do forward on yours, just for you. I don't think forward's a bad one, but to be honest, for me, forward just looks kind of weird. I don't know why. It's maybe just because I don't look at forward all written out all the time, but it just looks kind of strange to me. Not like it's a bad word or nothing like that. It's just, this looks odd. Output, reflect. Terry's going to be looking at that like, man, I voted for forward and he didn't listen to me. Output. All right, we got another output vote, so we're sticking with that. So I want to change this one on the back to say output and reflect. And we set USB-C power in the corner. All right, so yeah, it definitely wasn't liking that 3-letter thing. It just, I don't care if Bird did it or not. It just don't look right. It didn't look good to me. It looked ugly. Ugly. That's crooked. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it looks crooked to me. It ain't bad crooked. It's just a little bit crooked, but it's crooked. You use the label maker. I use the Sharpie. Either way, copy that. Hey, man, you got to work with the tools you're given sometimes. Sometimes you got to get something on there so you don't get it wrong, and all you got's a Sharpie sitting there in front of you. So, all right, that output's crooked and it's irritating me. So let's fix it. Looks pretty straight. Reflect output. Reflect output. USB-C power in. There we go. It's all labeled up for him. So now is the time to go ahead and build a sample line. So as I build a sample line, he'll be done. And then we will be done with, I think, his whole job. I'm pretty sure, because I've already finished his 1/2 inch hardline, already finished his jumpers, already finished his inverted velocity factor, finished his regular velocity factor, got him his bird QCs, got him his digital meter, his analog meter, his custom case, all that stuff done. I don't know. I've even did the extra and did the quick disconnectable in. So I think that after I finish this, I'll be done with his job. Oh my goodness, this is a lot to pick up. Should have been throwing this away while I'm working. That kind of stabbed my finger. That's kind of, ain't that kind of wild? All right, clean up our mess. Trash. Now that can go away. Now we're going to go ahead and set that over there for now. In a precarious situation, obviously, that's how everything should be put away. In a super precarious situation. Put that in its own precarious situation. Make that one a little bit more stable. Power it on. Let her run some juice through it, just because I feel like it. And dun-da-da-da, dun-da-da-da. Alright, that's his high voltage connections. There's his DIN connectors right there. Throw them over there so he has them. Now, got to finish this. Lord, my TikTok got killed. There was a second puzzle, or nope, it wasn't the second puzzle. Phone just died. Alright, so let's plug this thing up on the charger, and then we will maybe go back live on that one later. But for now, we're not limited on power on this. Goodbye. Okay. That one's still going. We still had juice on that. Oh, it's dying, actually. So we'll hook this up on the charger real quick. Just because we got the tools to do so, and I don't have to have 2 more microphones sitting on top of me right now. All of them charging up in a nice little cabinet or case. Alright, give me just a second, we'll get this done. Vacuum. Yeah, no, oh look, check it out. Yeah, I could clean it up with a vacuum, but also can do this. This technically does have a vacuum, so I could vacuum up a bunch of that. What I'll do a lot of times is I'll wipe it down with my microfiber and clean it up somewhat. Give me just a second. I'll set you guys right here. I'm gonna go borrow a treat. I'll be right back. That's going good. We're good to go for a little bit longer. My hat's getting dirty, man. I think I'm gonna have to collect one of my hats So let's go ahead and get some parts. So I need to restock, really, is what I need to do. Where, oh, where is my stock? Maybe I'll put it back down here. So all right, now there is something. 1, 2, 3, 4. That covers all those. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but I've got a bunch of extras of these. I might have to reorder sometime pretty soon. That's a lot of money I just threw in that drawer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Covers all that. Next. Hello, hello, FAL864, waving a hand. Hello, Ursa Mondo Martin. Hey guys, hope you guys are doing well. That's a hard name to pronounce. All right, come back over here, buddy. You can do it. Whatever. You'll figure it out on your own, buddy. There we go. Frame it in. He's screwing around with that little camera. There was a name suggested for it way earlier. I don't know where that name was at, but that was a suggestion. All right, so we're moving forward here. I'm kind of curious, see how this thing is just a big gigantic liar. Where are you at? Click that. There we go. Yeah, we are still doing good. Facebook and YouTube's doing good. Absence, I suppose, makes the heart go fonder. Thanks, guys. You guys got questions, feel free to ask. We're working on some RG400 jumpers right now. That's what we'll be doing right for the next little bit. I don't know if I should have this wired up like this where it's going to be annoying to deal with or not. But hey, we're already into this. Let's just do it. Just do it. I got to get 2 zip ties real quick or else this will bite me in the butt here in just a moment. So let's go ahead and handle that. Set those over there. Set this right here. Set those right there. There, right there. And now I got to find my zip ties, which I got a pile of them sitting right here. But even if I don't find those, I got a pile of them in here. So let's just pull them out. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Covers that. We're at 8% charge on this thing. You know, I guess we could go back live and do it that way. I'll just leave it plugged in on the charger. So we won't have the best audio, but who gives a donkey, a diddly squat, whatever you want to call it. I wonder if this thing is going to force me to do an update because of that. Turn, so I can look at this. I'll look back at it in a minute. Yeah, we're doing okay, maybe. Open up the... Nope, go away. There we go. Nope, we're not doing that. Alright, we've got everything on the live. set already. So let's bump the camera over. Let's go over here. And let's zoom in. Just a smidge. Zoom out some. Go live. Alright, we're back live on TikTok. And whether that was worth it or not, only time will tell. Sometimes it's worth it to go live on that stuff. Other times it's just really not. I'm not trying to watch that junk. There we go. There we go. Back on the live. Gotta make sure I mute the audio somehow. Yeah, it's muted. We're good to go. Alright, cool. What's up, Johnny? Hope you guys doing well. Thanks, you guys on Facebook and everything else for hanging out and bearing with me while I fix my live. Apparently, there's another puzzle I have to do about 2 hours or 2.5 hours. No, there was no other puzzle. The phone just died. That's all it was. I forgot. I forgot that quickly. Alright, let's do this one. Since I've already got that one done that way, let's go ahead and do this one this way. So, one. Hello, Yarno. Hello, Firefighter Tom. Hello, everybody. Nanang Jugga. Hello. Rusty. What's up? Waving a hand, man. I wish I could see names on YouTube and Facebook right now. I can only respond to you guys as y'all come in. Alright. Byron, Tim, Clint, Clifford, Mike, Robert, Rusty, Tony Hawks, Rusty Bertram. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. So, we're working on some RG400 right now. I think I'm going to zoom out just a smidge for TikTok land, or for Facebook land. I think it's probably smarter to give you guys a little bit better of a view. I need one big zip tie real quick. Oh, this one right here will do what I need. Unstable internet connection. What? I got Wi-Fi on? No. Oh, it's playing. Whoops. Let's pause the video. And maybe that'll fix my internet. Alright, there we go. We don't need to be watching the video. Zoe Ken, Pitmaster, what's up? Danny Martin, hello. So, let's get this show on the road. Let's get this camera back over here, wherever it's going, over there somewhere. Found me. Alright, where's our knife at? We're working on some RG400. We're using it for a unique purpose. We're building it for a sample line. So if you guys are not sure what that is, that's the sample reading meter of a watt meter that you see over here on my left. I believe you guys can see it just fine on TikTok, so should be fine. Oh yeah. These are some digital meters you see over here. And I'm building these into custom housings. I've been working on those most of the night. I did some other high voltage wire that's sitting on top. I did some other split feed that I finished over here on the right. Blah, 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 blah. All that stuff was getting done too. But this is what we're working on now. Sample line. This is the tail end of the stretch for this customer. This customer got a custom piece of coax. They got a custom watt meter. They've got new high voltage wire. They got new connectors. They got a new split feed. I don't know, all kinds of stuff. We're getting them raring and ready to go with everything they need. Split that back. Got the center conductor back. Got that on here. We need to get some insulation material right here. This one right here should do good. We'll see in a moment. You guys got questions while I'm working? Feel free to ask. I'm going to keep working otherwise. I need my... All right. Again, if you guys don't know what a sample line is, it'll look very similar to what a coax is for a hot minute until we get into here to explaining the rest of this and letting you guys see how it works. All right. So I need this, and I need my handy dandy little mini snap-on. They're actually Nipex, or Knipex, according to somebody who said he went to a trade show. Said that the manufacturer called it that. I would assume that would be the case since they're German. I mean, they say everything with big K's. Like, I remember this because there was some video about it on the internet. It was the evolution of ambulance or whatever. It's like, I don't know. Latin was something like ambulance. English was ambulance. French was like ambulance. Italian was like ambulance. And then English, or excuse me, UK was like, or same thing, whatever. And then German was like Krankenwagen. It's like, so I can imagine the K's would be a little bit more pronounced instead of saying Nipex. Like, I guess some other words would be, you'd think they would say Knipex. All right, so what we're doing, soldering the center conductor in. We will solder the body of the shield in next. Show you how that gets soldered on here in just a moment. I need that wet rag. Did I throw it in the trash or something? This will work. I can't let it be too hot on that. Microfiber will just melt if you Hello, hope you're doing well. I wish you'd give me the English pronunciation of your name so I could pronounce it. Unfortunately, I don't know what they call that. It's not Sanskrit. It's something else. I'm not sure what how to pronounce what you call the symbols that you use for your language. I know, of course, for Japanese it's called kanji, but when other places use other symbols, it's interesting. Hello, waving a hand though. Hope you're doing well. Waving from a very late United States, East Coast of America. Alright, we got that to wick and bond in that connection. Now, we're working on a RG400 coax, but we're using it as a sample line is what we're going to be doing. So right now I'm soldering all the connections on it to make sure it's all bonded and has a good impedance path to flow. So I'm bonding the shield to the body of the connector. I already bonded the center conductor to the end of the terminal. And now we're moving on. Excuse me. So she bonded all the way around. We got to knock a little bit of a rosin core off. Make sure we don't have anything built up in there. That one's done. Let's do the next one. Morning in the Belarus. Hello, hello. Waving a hand. It is definitely, what is it? 2:27 a.m. in the east coast of the United States. I've had Belarus in here before. I've had what was it? Indonesia. I've had Qatar. I've had Kuwait. I've had Saudi Arabia. I've had the UK. I've had New Zealand. I've had Australia. I've had what was there the other day? Was it Belgium? I had the Netherlands. I don't know if I've had Lithuania come in here at all or not, but I've had lots of you guys come in and hop in the live. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I enjoy your guys' company. Thank you for watching my live. If you enjoy the video, feel free to put a like out there. That way maybe you'll see some more of them. I do these quite often. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Most of the time. Last week I was a little slacking. Austin, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you very much. Yes, very, very late. No rest for the weary over here. Thank you, A710K, A710K. Thank you very much. Or Alpha 710 Kilo. Or actually, Alpha 71 OK. So Oscar Kilo. I wonder if I get that correct. Sometimes you can't see with the way the text is written. Thank you very much for the likes. Appreciate you very much. And thank you very much for the share too. That's appreciated. Lets more people see my video. I'm glad you was able to see one of them live. I know we're on a very different time zone. So what we're working on right now is a digital bird meter setup. So we're building sample line for the digital bird. So this looks a lot like coax, but it will be modified to be sample line here very shortly. So this is the digital bird we're going to be tying into right here. It's got an analog meter here and a digital meter here. And that's the way we're going to be setting it up. It's got a remotable line section, so that these wires right here are remotable. You can take them on and off. 3400 HP versus a Striker 955 HP. If you were speaking specifically of some just the 10-meter rigs or whatever, then the Striker would be much better radio, better receive, better spectral purity, better output. It would just be a better radio overall. Now, if you're speaking an overall HF spectrum, there's other radios that are to be considered. But from just a 10-meter or setup like that, then 955 is an excellent choice. The 3400 is significantly outdated. Alright, what did we say over here? Assisting 5,000. Calvin, I'm sorry you got to stop doing that. I appreciate you hopping in on my live, but I got to kick you out if you keep doing that. So we're going to not be assisting with no 5,000 USD for anything like that. So thank you very much. You can hop in the live and hang out in here, but we are not going to be doing none of that. How do we... Let me go over here. Hang on a second. We shall... Hang on a second. We gotta... Hey, it already filtered it. A71 EM Juma. Hello, hello. Hey, waving a hand. I don't know. It's not showing. It's filtering it over there, so I don't really know what to do. But sorry, Calvin. Do not do that in the live. Hey, there we go. Cool. It did it. Nope, still didn't do it. Thank you very much. Appreciate the rose. I don't need any gifts, but thank you very much. Thank you very much for doing that. How do I do it? So comments were filtered. Tap comments with an arrow. Well, where'd it go? So not to whatever. Alright, we're good. Alright, whatever. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate you guys liking the live. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you guys are able to see me live. I know a lot of times I am still busy sleeping while you guys are awake over there. So, thank you very much for hopping in my live and checking it out. I think it's Alpha 71 Oscar Kilo, I believe. Thank you very much for sharing the live. And we have Alpha 71 Echo. What the heck is it? What is M again? Echo. I don't remember. I don't know how I forgot that. It's too late. This is what happens when it's late at night. I forget my stuff. But thank you, Gemma. Appreciate you hanging in the live and checking it out. If you guys like the live, definitely feel free to tap the screen. It is definitely appreciated. It helps a lot, and it helps show other people that or it should show TikTok that other people should be shown my live. If you haven't already and you do like my content, feel free to follow or just like the video so you'll see it, so you'll see more like it. Hopefully, at least. The algorithm may bring you back. Gringo Electronics, thank you. Appreciate the follow. That is appreciated for sure. All right, we're working on like I said earlier, the sample line for the digital bird. So this is technically would be RG400 coax that we could use for a feed line, but we're wasting it and using it as a sample line. But it's a very nice sample line for this customer, and they'll be able to use it for connecting their equipment in line. that's not good. Okay. Such a terrible, terrible angle. Very hard to get to this connection from this angle. That worked out great, though. You did it. Please use eye protection. Eye protection would be very useful if I was using something that had a lot of solder, had like a lot of issues with the eyes. But I'm not in the direct path of any sort of smoke. Smoke is rosin core, it's not lead. Also, if I needed anything, I would need more along the lines of like a range hood or something to suck all the heat out, or excuse me, the smoke out. But luckily, in this case, the smoke that's going through here is going straight through. The ceiling is quite permeable, so it just goes up through the roof. But thank you very much for looking out for me. I appreciate that. Alright, so that one's done on this side. So now let's do the other side. So let's go ahead and cut this zip tie right here. This is very similar to LMR 195, but no, it's much better. So this is RG400. So it is a double shielded, silver plated copper, Teflon dielectric, fluoropolymer with a very low friction coefficient. So it's basically LMR 195 on steroids, while also not having the aluminum foil problem that LMR has. I'm not a fan of LMR 195 just simply because, or any series of LMR. I've got all LMR 400 and LMR 600 that I sell, but I'm not a fan because of the way they build their shield. It's not a true shield the way it's set up. It's just a foil wrap. So I'm not a. In certain situations with bigger wire, it's okay, but whenever you got enough options to be able to throw a braid on, I'd rather just buy RG400 and have a second braid anyway. So that would be my choice. So now here is the other end. We're going to modify this one slightly different. It's not going to be modified the same way. We're going to do it a different way. M is Mike. Thank you very much. Mike Echo Bravo Lima India November. Let me try my my alphabet. It's been so long since I've actually tried to do all of it. I have a lot of amateur customers and stuff that I deal with, amateur operators and stuff. But as far as myself, I would listen. I've got a SDX 950 and a Apache Labs Anon, but mostly I'm just listening. Man, I didn't need to do that just yet. I gotta slide this up. Slide all this up here. Now throw that on there. One more. So, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, what would be Delta, Echo, Frank, Foxtrot. I wonder if y'all use Foxtrot too. I'm maybe mixing military code too. Foxtrot. I think it's George. H. What would H be? H. Henry, I guess. Y'all can let me know if I'm wrong or not. H. I would be India. Don't remember J. K would be Kilo. L is Lima. M, we just said what M was. M was Mike. M. November. Mike, November. October. P. Don't remember P. Q. Don't remember what the heck Q is. R is Romeo. S is Sam. T is Tango. U. T. I don't remember. V Violet. X is X-ray. Y is Yuma, and Z is it Zulu? Zulu. Uniform. Thank you. Quebec. Quebec uniform. Victor. Victor. Cool. It has been a minute, and it's late, and I'm not thinking properly. Thank you very much. Oscar, Quebec, uniform, Victor. Cool. It's been too long. I need to scroll back through and see if I screwed any other ones up. Make sure I didn't get the wrong ones. I'm used to that Americanized. I'd be talking to a lady at the bank or whatever. She'd be like, what's the name it's spelling? Like, A as an apple, B as B as in banana. So we're cutting this feedback right here. Thank you for the follow, S6BYV. So that would be Frank 6 Bravo Yankee Victor. I'm gonna start practicing on that because it's been so long since I did it. I always just spell it out. Okay, let's split this flip feedback. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna cheat for a second. Let's read Papa P. What did I say? Pop. I don't know if I got Papa. Yeah, I didn't get Papa earlier. Hotel. Hotel. So hotel instead of Henry. J for Juliet. Okay, cool. Oscar, Papa, Quebec, uniform, Victor. Cool, cool. Hotel is a weird one. It's just to say hotel. I guess it's not Henry. All right, cool. November is very, very odd too, but I know they pick it in the phonetic alphabet. They pick it that way because there's no other words in any situation whenever you're using those specific words for your call outs or even for a call sign or anything. There's no other word that sounds similar to it that people would mistake it for a different letter. So that's why people do that. As far as I know, I'm pretty positive that was the original meaning behind the phonetic alphabet. It was picking a word that nobody could mistake for any other letter. Bad thing is, though, I got somebody that can one-up them. I was talking to somebody the other day, and I said black, and they said, "Oh, okay, white." No, that's not what I said. I said black. Alrighty, golf. G. What did I say G was? I said George. I was wrong, so it's golf. So it's G golf. Thank you very much. Hey, bro. Hello, bro. What sides? That was like Boy Scout organization. My childhood, I did that radio connection all over the world with that Morse code and with voice. That's cool, Vasily. Thank you. It's cool to know. Share that window to another culture. Yeah. Now, this is what I do. Well, it's a second business is what it is, Vasily. Sorry I didn't respond earlier. All right, so this is kind of a unique field. I am very well aware that what I do is not very common. There's some people out there that do this, but it's just not something that's commonly taught. Nobody really, and everybody who does it, they don't want to show people how to do it. So it's kind of unique what I offer to people, and I understand that, and I'm not trying to downplay it per se, but It's just what I do. I go live on these videos just to try to show you guys how to do this stuff. Of course, I'm staying busy working and doing it myself, but I still sell the equipment. You can still buy it from me. You don't have to. I'm gonna have to get something. Hang on a second. I need a cutting tool, a very specific cutting tool. Here it is, right here. This is what I need. I need my Dremel, which is right here. How much time do I have left? Probably not a lot. Oh, I'm good. I've got a little bit more time. I'm not that good. I'm terrible on time, actually, but I'm good enough that I can stay awake a little while longer and finish. The goal is to try to finish this job before today is out. Now, here, you are correct. Here is where I'm going to wear eye protection. You ready for this? This is where we go with some eye protection. G is for Georgia. I mixed it. Georgia? Is it George, Georgia, or somebody tell me what G is? I thought G was for... Will that device trigger a neutron device? No, it won't. I could, I mean, technically you could wire coax for stuff like that. Alright, so... Let's cut this. Well, no, let's just do it this way. We're going to want to go shorter than that. That is a little too long. Too much. Or too short. No, too long, excuse me. I need to cut it shorter. I think golf's right. I don't know. I don't remember hearing golf though a whole lot. Then again, I didn't listen to a crazy amount of phonetic alphabet. And also it's late and I'm not thinking straight. Alright. So, let's choppy. Let's go right, y'all. There we go. If you guys haven't figured out what I'm doing yet, like I said, I'm modifying this to work with a bird connector. I'll show you guys how that works here in just a little bit. It's been used and done like this for years. This is not super unique. This is something I choose to do because I like the method much better. I saw somebody do it years ago and decided to make my own spin on it, and this is how I did it. It's not a whole lot different than what they did. Mine's just a bit more protected than what they did. Probably shouldn't be throwing all this stuff away, but I'm doing it anyway. Who cares? Okay. Solder. Next. Solder the center pin. G's for golf. Cool. Yeah, it should be golf then. I trust it. I'm skeptical because it's late, but I trust you. could tell me it's Georgina, and I'd think about it for a second, and I'd tell you, no, I don't believe it. So, phonetic alphabet. I'll try this one more time. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo. Did we say Echo? Echo is it? Yeah, Echo. Yeah. What did we say? Frank was F. Foxtrot. F. G as in golf. We'll stick with golf. Golf. F G. H is hotel. L is Lima. H hotel India. J is J. I just said J earlier. J. What the crap is J? Dang it. It's not something to talk about when you're tired. J. Someone else helped me with J earlier already. Juliet. Yeah, Juliet. H-I-J. Juliet. K is Kilo. Oh. L is Lima. What did I say M was? M. Did we not come up with M? What the heck was M? M. Dang it. Mike. There we go. M. Mike. M. N is November. O is October. Dadgummit. It's getting worse. I thought I was going to be getting better, but it's getting worse right now. But I am focused on doing this too. Paul? No. Tag is freaking P. October. P. Q. Q is Quebec. R is Romeo. S is... What was it, Sam? Heck was Sam? Man. Alright, we're getting worse. I'm gonna give up. Sam. Sam. Well, we'll just stick with Sam. Whatever. S. T is Tango. U is Uniform. V is Victor. W. What was W? W. I don't know W. X is X-ray. Y is Yuma. And Z was Zulu. Alright, so I didn't get W. I didn't get, I think Sam maybe was S, but I don't know if I got S right or not. Alpha. Alright. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, Juliet, Kilo, Lima, Mike, November, Oscar, Papa. I did not get, I said October again. Oscar, Papa. Quebec, Romeo, Sierra. I butchered that one. Sierra, Tango, Uniform, Victor, Whiskey, X-ray, Yankee? Okay, Yankee and Zulu. What did I say for Y? I said something else. Alright, there we go. Phonetic alphabet. There we go. We're getting it right. I'm practicing my phonetic alphabet while I'm working on some coax, trying to make sure I get it back. I used to have them all. I could recite it and do it all. But man, it's amazing what you lose when you don't use it. It happens with your muscles. It happens with your brain. It happens with everything. I researched on a study one time, and it actually said that our brains have a finite amount of information. I think we measured it in, I think it was exabytes as what it was. It was above terabytes, but it was exabytes was the theoretical limit of the human brain. But what our brain does is it has this really cool thing where it will prioritize information. Whatever you find important, whatever you think is very, very like existential for you to remember, your brain will make it a priority to remember it. And whatever you kind of deprioritize and whatever becomes a lesser focus on your brain actually will erase it. It will get rid of it. So it's very interesting how that works. It's pretty cool to think about like how we have like, you're talking about how we have like automatic erasers, automatic cleanup files for unused files, right? So, oh, you've got a lot of unused files on your computer. Clean up now. And you click clean up and it deletes all your files. I've never really done that because I'm a pack rat. But I can see how somebody else would do it. Your brain actually does that. So it's a very fun fact to hear when you start thinking about stuff like that. All right, that one is complete. Let's do the next one. Good morning from Germany, waving a hand. We're working on, this is a digital bird meter right here. This is an analog bird meter right here. This is a custom housing. This is some 25,000 volt high voltage wire. This is a connector for up to 10,000 volts at 30 amps for high voltage wire. It's actually some of the material is actually made over in Germany. Well, hang on. Let's get this right. Where Delta Golf 3 Tango Foxtrot Tom is at. I'm trying to remember my phonetic alphabet over there, Tom. I'm messing it up. It was very poor. I had my Americanese phonetic alphabet. Alpha, A instead of alpha, I was using apple. Instead of B, I was using banana. Just stuff like that you tell to the bank lady whenever they're trying to figure out how to spell something, so they put it in the right account. So here you are coming up with random words. G as in George. Oh, goodness. Alright, this is RG400. We're doing we're not actually building it as a coax. I've built multiple coaxes with this wire, but this wire specifically is going to be cut into a sample line. So if you've seen the end was different, the way it was constructed. Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate you. So these are, like I said, the digital meters. I've done a few videos on them. If you guys have not seen the videos, feel free to go check them out. Several of these got to go out to customers. This specific one's got to go to Hawaii. And then we will continue on down the line, get more of them done. I'm not the production company. I'm an RF supply company. So I carry all sorts of meters. I carry analog, I carry digital, I carry all sorts of stuff. So I can't claim the credit for the production-wise. There is a individual. His name is Robert. He is the brainchild behind this product. I'm just trying to help his product get to the masses. I believe in this product. I like it. It's a good product. It does a good job. It performs well. It's accurate. It's got lots of features in it. It works well and does a good job. So it is something I believe in. So it's something that I will carry. There's other products that I would carry too. But so far, this is the one I'm liking the most. Let's just say it that way. I don't see anything else currently in the running to replace it. Oh man, come on. Alright, whatever. That's fine. That was irritating. So now I'm going to cut this back. Again, if you guys are not familiar, just hang out towards the end and I'll show you guys how this goes together on a bird meter. I'm nearing completion on this harness anyway. So you guys will see the tail end of it. As I finish up this connector, it will be complete. So let's get my, they say Knipex over here at the trade shows. I've called it Nipex. Tom, do you know the name for these pliers? It says they're made in Germany. So I build this PL. Why do I build this in PL and not an in connector? Because the way I'm building it currently is for a quick connect. In connector is good for one, a good impedance path, and then two, it's also good for high frequency application, going up to about I think one gigahertz or so. What I'm doing in PL is because it's a quick disconnect and it's a sample line. It carries 30 microamperes of signal. And a lot of the traditional devices over here in the U.S. still use your UHF or PL connector, especially in the hobbyist community, where people it's not in connector is not very common. Now I have broadcast division guys that I deal with, and also telecom guys that I deal with that use in connectors a lot, but not very common in the HF spectrum, that is. Up there. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get the jacket real quick. Let's go ahead and bond the shield. Now, somebody needs to give, now I don't know if his copy and paste skills are good or if he just went and wrote all this stuff down, but somebody needs to give Matthew a round of applause. He either dug it up off of Google and printed it over there so I'd quit repeating it over and over again, or he took the time and wrote it all out. Regardless, thank you very much. But this is not the only connector that I build with. I build with 7/16 DIN connectors, 7/8 EIA, inch and 5/8 EIA. I build with LC connectors. I build with all sorts of connectors. Here is your LC right here. That's what it looks like right there. Here's your 7/8 EIA connector right here. Your 7/16 DIN is somewhere, but I'm not digging it out. It's over here somewhere. Oh yeah, here's your 7/16 DIN, and there's your in connector right there. Oops, knock that out of the way. All right. You have any more questions? Feel free to ask. It does not hurt my feelings to answer them. But mainly the reason I use this connector is it's going to be pretty rugged, and it's going to take a bit of abuse the way it's going to be installed by the customer. This is a sample line, and this is going to be used to test their RF output. And they may move their meter around, they may pull it up closer, they may throw it up further away, they may reroute the cables. It's not really going to be something that they sit and forget in all situations. They may end up moving it somewhere. So it needs to be rugged to be able to move around and take that abuse of being handled every day. Now this customer might make me a liar, and he might not move this meter around at all, but I like to prepare just in case. Thank you for the share. Appreciate you, LVBNW. Thank you. Appreciate that. So I'll show you guys how this connects. All right, so let's see. So this is the side that goes to our line section. Let's zoom out real quick. Let's let you guys see what's going on. And you guys can see pretty well already. So we will move this stuff over here. Well, we'll put it further back. Turn this around right here. This is for reflect. This is for output. Right here. This is not a coax connector as in something that's going to stay on here. This is a sample line. It picks up a very small signal from the coax. So this customer can remote, and it's nice and strong, this connection. And then I don't know if you guys will be able to see this or not. Where are we on? You're on TikTok, so I can show you guys on TikTok. Let's zoom up real quick. Wait. So we follow back here, disconnect this line, get it out the way, and we go back there. So if you look right here, that is a line section right there. See how it has the wire that comes off of it, the way it's set up. So it has sample line that comes off of the watt meter, or of the line sections. More test equipment you guys see laying all around different places, but we'll get back down to the equipment. Guys on Facebook and YouTube land, I'll show you guys the other method for running this. This is an 1 5/8" line section. This is a larger line section for a larger amount of power. So this is seriously adapted down way too small versus this is the size the connector actually needs to be. But then we'll take our sample line, run this over to our big coax, right? So we'll run this over to something like this big coax right here. We'll throw a connector on it, just for looks, that is, not for actuality. So we'll throw that, so something like this, and it'll butt up like that. And then somewhere down the line, as it sets up like that, this goes out to the antenna. This goes back into the equipment, amplifiers or whatever. And then we'll take one of these right here. And it tightens up just like that. And we'll take another one like this. Now this is a really rare line section that I'm showing you right here. And it locks in like that. And this is a stronger connection than if we had one of these right here. This can also go over here, and it screws on like that right there. So this one's soldered on, this one is just held in by a spring. So that's the reason we don't use that one too much. Get back over here. So that gives you an idea of what this is. That's the way it sets up. Nice and connected. We're all good to go there. Did we bond the other one? I don't know. We'll see in a moment. Throw a little bit more heat to that just because I don't like how it's moving. I want it to stay nice and still. I mean, I want the whole cable to move. Better. Now, what I'm doing is forcing the solder to go ahead and wick all the way in. I'll get my camera angle back in just a minute. It doesn't matter. Yes, sir. I sell Heliax. I sell Cellflex. I sell the UPN cable. I forgot what UPN calls their stuff, but I sell it all. Doesn't matter. There we go. Holds up and does what it needs to do. But this is all done. This is good for this customer. Tell this thingy to zoom back in, and that's how that works right there. This is actually a very unique connector right here. If you look at this, this is a 1, 2, 3 triple line section for a bird. So that's pretty cool to show you guys that. All right, so Tom, if you like that, check this out. You liked seeing the Cellflex? Let's show you. Let's zoom out real quick. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Here you go. Now, what you saw actually was Andrew's Heliax, but it's the same thing as Cellflex. One's just RFS and one's just... There's you a custom feed line right there I did for a customer. So you see a connector-based split feed right there. That's got a 7/16 DIN connector on it on this side. It's got a 7/16 DIN connector on it on that side. This is 1/2" hardline right here. So it is Andrew's Heliax 1/2". Alrighty. Stuff is nice and dusty in here because my whole shop's dusty. Camera was finding it way back over here. Alright. So we're all done. Bonjour, from Algeria. Waving a hand, 73. So yeah, oh yeah. I wish I could show you an element there, Tom. Look, I've got a collection of parts. I took them all over there, didn't I? I don't have anything useful to show you. That's cool. Aw. Whatever. I had some cool ones. Hang on. I'll be back, Tom. I got an element for you to, Tom, to operate with and work with, right? There you go. There's one of them. I got some in VHF too. Let me go. Alright, so Here's some more wire. This right here is some older cable. You guys won't necessarily know too much, but this is RG218 right here is what this stuff is right here. So it's commonly used in the military, and the United States military, that is. It's about 1 inch in diameter. Some of the coaxes that I sell through my company, it's going to be here. So we have 7/8, engine 5/8, 1/2 inch flex right there, 1/2 inch hardline, 1/2 inch Teflon, RG393, RG218, and I've got more. That's just some of the main stuff that I sell through my company. Alright, come on buddy, you can connect back. That thing's not liking staying connected to me. But yeah, zoom. That's some of the connectors. 600 watt on VHF, but 11 kW ERP. Cool. Nice to know. You got good gain. Alright guys, well I am done for the evening. Thank you very much for the shares. Thank you very much for hanging out. What's the least expensive tap that could be used for ham radio at 2K max to use the console you just completed? So what I would recommend to do is get a 500 watt slug. So you could get 500 watt slug. It would read 500 watts normally. It would read all the way down to 5 watts. So from 5 watts to 2,000 watts average. If you wanted to measure it with just peak only, you could go a smaller element, but it's kind of risky. I would say probably a 250 element if you were to do that. I have a 500 watt element used that you can buy for $180. If you were to buy this exact meter movement, the way it's set up and the way it's built right now, this is $320. This is $160. This is $50. To do this custom adapter on this with a quick disconnect is $50 here and $50 here. This wire right here is $75. This wire right here is $75. You need one more piece of equipment. Now, you don't need this specific one, but you need one more piece. In order to complete the system, you will need one of these. It doesn't have to be the big one. You can get the small one. I don't have one sitting in front of me right now. I wish I had one to show you. Let me go grab one. Maybe. Nope, I don't have one over here. Where's it at? They're all, I did a trade show, basically a swap meet, and all of my equipment is sitting in my enclosed trailer right now. But I don't have a good way to show you. What did I show you? Do I have anything anywhere? Did I take them all? Every single one of them I got. All right, I can't really show you. You need a line section. The dual line section or a single line section. Dual line section for a double meter setup. Single line section for a single meter setup. I can't show you because I don't have one sitting in front of me. But I own them. I have probably 8 or 10 of them. Dual line section will cost you $320. A reflect element, something to read reflected average watts. You'll probably want a maybe a 25 watt element or maybe a 50 watt element. I'd do a 50 watt element is what I'd do. That way you can check dead key and stuff every once in a while. 50 watt element will cost you $160 used. A 500 watt element will cost you $180 used. Like I said, the meter movement's $320, $160, $50. If you do the quick disconnects, it's $50 and $50, but that doesn't have to be done. This is $75 and this is $75. The line section is $320. Labor to put it together, I'm only charging, I think, $80 right now, and that's a bit too cheap for what I'm doing for time, but it is what it is. $80 is what it costs to put it together. If you put it together yourself, I'll give you all the parts and save yourself $80. And that's it. You'll just use a USB-C just like this, a cell phone charger to power it up right there. You can turn it off right there, turn it on right there. Once you set your element, you go into element right here. You have, say, a 500 watt element. You go to rating right here. We move it to 5 right here. We set it for 500 watts. We want to set the microamperes to 30 microamperes, already on that. You don't have to set that, it's just already there. And you use that. Then your reflect element is going to be over here on this side, so it won't matter. And if you do that, it'll be cheaper. If you want digital and digital, it's $160 more. It's $320 for this. This will read average. This will read peak. This will read 2 times and 4 times. So it multiplies your element. So instead of having 5 elements or 10 elements, you can have 1 element. As long as you're good for reading all the way down to 5 watts, from 5 watts to 2,000 watts is what this 500 watt element would read. And that's average or peak. But yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate you hanging out. If you guys have questions, message me anytime. Hello, hello, waving a hand. November, Lima, Victor, was it Yuma? I don't know, I didn't get it all. Well, waving a hand. Appreciate you, man. All right, so hello, hello. All right, we are done. I am finished from here. I've got more work to do, but I am out of time. So thank you. Thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate all your guys' comments, and I will catch you guys on Thursday. I'll be back in 2 days, and I'll be doing another live. So catch you guys later. I got more work to do. I've got, I guess I can show you guys. I'd already discussed it a little bit, but I've got, bump that way. So I've got this digital meter to build. I've got this digital meter to build. I've got to build 3 more of these right here. Then I've got this analog meter over here to finish right here. And then I've got 2 more coaxes to do. I've got 2 coaxes like this to do. 3 coaxes like this to do. And then maybe I'll be caught up and I'll have more work to do after that. So I'll be busy for a while. So thank you guys. Waving a hand, Hitman. Catch you later, man. Appreciate you. If you guys got questions, message me anytime. I'll see you guys later. I have got to go. See ya, see ya. I got several things I got to ship out. All right.